Thank you, Scaba. There it is. All the way on the coast. Gonna send out 2 groups. And then I can keep 3 worshippers at home. And I can use that power for... no, I don't want to quit. Still haven't gotten the rest of the tents placed. Oh shit. Oh yeah, wasn't there a bug where the shaman weren't casting their heals if their target moved out of range or something like that? Did we fix that? Oh my god, somebody actually died. Too busy watching them healing. Oh my god, what? Okay, whoa. Oh no, not the worshippers. Oh good lord. There's no way I'm saving all 3. Oh! No. Okay, stop. Disable that shrine for a second. If only I had divine protection or divine intervention. We nearly got divine intervention. There we go. Oh, guys, don't go to that stream, please. Dangerously close to the wolves there. What's happening now? We're fine, I think. My god, we just wiped this pack of wolves off the face of the earth, almost. Oh god, the bear is attacking the water bearers now. Well, I didn't mean to convert you into a hunter, but it kind of helped. Why is it coming back? Okay. Really don't want to have to kill this thing, of course, but we wounded it slightly. Maybe it'll think twice now. That's not how it works. It's literally running on exactly the same logic as before. But its threat level will be reduced if its HP is a bit lower, so it's easier to scare it away. Was there a shrine up here somewhere? Oh. Okay, that seems like a fairly safe one to go for. And we could send another group for this portal stone as well, I think. Where is that bear now? Is it this one? It's up there. Let's see, it looks like it's gonna have an interaction with my hunters again. That might cause it to move a bit further away. We really want to get resurrection unlocked, but it's gonna cost me... There's just a random bear cub sleeping down here. Why is that? I have a feeling it's become separated from its mother. I think we need to update the behavior a little bit so that they won't sleep unless they're sort of close to their mother. That will probably help prevent them from getting separated so much. It's a bit unnatural that the cubs would be so far away sleeping. And now I don't really have the power to spare on additional fur. Because I need to get these two resurrected, which is going to cost 5,000 power. So I need to be banking power for now. Plus we're one worshipper down. Guess I'm gonna want to get the worshipper resurrected first. And then I can generate additional power to get the hunter resurrected. Ah, another easy portal stone right there. That's good. Oh. Okay, this bear also has cubs. I think it's this one. So it's hard to tell because the cubs are so far away. So why is this cub just kind of standing there? There's definitely some bug with the bear cubs still. That's the problem, that they seem to be getting stuck. Prevent bear cubs from sleeping when out of range of their mother. And some sort of bug. Bear cubs becoming stuck. I don't really know what's going on with them. Jesus Christ. We almost have divine protection. The wolves are going to start hunting pretty soon, so a few dangerous nights ahead here. Can still probably go for this shrine, and even this expansion stone maybe. But I don't think we should go for this portal stone if these wolves are going to be roaming around. Hopefully we can get this one unlocked before they start hunting. So I did tweak the fire code a little bit last night because the humans were kind of catching fire constantly. It's a bit of a lower chance for them to catch fire now. Actually, it's a lower chance for everything to catch fire. Oh my god, I wasn't paying attention. I think I'm just gonna bring these guys home because that bear is pretty close. Yeah, these wolves are hunting. Not having much success though, are they? There's not really any animals over there. Well, looks like these wolves have been hunting. Seem to have done okay for themselves. This is exactly what I was thinking. They would wander over to this portal stone. Holy moly. Well, the hunters have done a fairly good job of getting all of the fur that we need. We've almost got everything built. Absolute boatload of meat in the store. Okay, so we should have Miracle Resurrection unlocked any minute now. But I still need 1,500 more power to resurrect anybody. Good job of keeping this bear at bay. I'd say it's such a nice change that we update the trackers when you drop the humans. This makes so much more sense. You can, like, you know, they were going for this stream here, but then if I put them back in camp, it updates their nearest water source to be the water in the store. Previously they would have, like, kept trying to go back to the same stream. So, I mean, it's like you can't really command them directly, but you can sort of suggest that they, well, I mean, they'll just, it's logical that they would drink the nearest water. So if you just put them next to it, they'll use it. So we can't take dead humans to the next level with us. Everybody needs to be alive for us to go through the portal. That's why we want to get them resurrected before we leave this map. Still haven't unlocked... I buffed the expansion stones big time recently, because they just felt underpowered and I would never use them, but I still don't use them apparently. Or at least I haven't yet. Oh, they killed that last... put him out of his misery. Pretty lonely existence when your entire pack has been killed. Oh my god, look at these guys roaming around. Fucking hell. It's like a pack of 8 wolves. They don't seem fazed by the bear. Interesting. I don't think the bear can see them. Right, interesting. Yeah, they're actually in stealth right now, technically. Let's see, looks like they're gonna get a deer or something here imminently, or a rabbit. I think it's kind of weird that a single rabbit would actually be enough to feed all 8 of them. Just because that's just how it's set up right now. Or is it? Well, two of them seem good. I'm a bit concerned about what the rest of them would do. Now they're fighting the bear. The bear killed one of them. The rest of the wolves are having none of it. They're chasing the bear down. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Well, that's a tragedy. I'm not sure what happens, right? Because it seems like the wolves were hunting and then they killed a rabbit, and that was only enough to feed 2 of them. And then the rest of them were just kind of standing around. I think that's what happened, so I'm not... I think the way it was set up previously is that they would only hunt rabbits if they were in a group of 2 or less wolves, right? And that would kind of solve that issue. What, are the hunters trying to harvest this bear or something? No, they shouldn't do that because it was killed by the wolves. Wondering what's going on there. Yeah, I wish these guys would go away. Okay, so we got one more shrine. They're just trying to get back to their den, but they keep wandering into us. Yeah, it looks like this... I don't know what this hunter is doing. Are they trying to harvest this bear? If so, that's a bug. Look at all these hunters going over here. I think that... Well, it's possible they could just be hunting on this side of camp, but... Kind of looks like they're trying to harvest this bear, which was most definitely... Good lord, okay. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. I could have used divine protection there. I don't know why I didn't. I was just mesmerized. Jesus Christ. Oh, there's another hunter down. I feel like the hunters are trying to harvest this bear. Which would be a bug. Because it was killed by wolves. It's possible that... Yeah, it's possible that there's like an owner. Whoever tags it gets set to the owner. And if the owner happens to be human... then it gets added to the harvest list. It's possible that that tag is never cleared. So because they did tag that bear earlier. It's possible that the tag is not removed. Interesting. I just need to see what the hunters are doing. The 2... No, we have 3. 3 surviving hunters. Well, I don't know why this one's just standing around. This one's trying to harvest stuff. Something is going on now. Something weird is going on. These ones are probably not in the hunting party? I think they need to be in the hunting party in order to harvest things. Is that right? So we have a bug with the hunters there. Okay, we have nearly enough power to resurrect somebody. it's gonna take this one hunter forever to get all this stuff harvested. If nobody's gonna help. Yeah, the other hunters just seem to be like wandering around camp. Well, we have absolutely decimated the wolf population, which is not great. Okay, we have enough power. Resurrect this worshipper. Ah, the bear has decomposed now. Maybe the decomposition is a little bit fast, I don't know. Well, what am I saying? If you leave a bunch of meat outside, it's gonna decompose pretty quick, isn't it? I can no longer confirm that, but I have my suspicions. Let's say that the... Hunters attempting to harvest animals. They didn't kill. That's probably the simplest way of explaining it. And hunters not joining. I don't really know what they're doing. Hunters wandering around camp after other hunters have died, something like that. I think, like, those two hunters that died, something's happened where maybe they didn't get removed from the hunting party, or in some way them being dead is like preventing the other hunters from working correctly somehow. Because that would be, they would, you know, the hunters were doing fine until a couple of them died. Actually, they were doing fine still after one of them had died earlier, but then when the second hunter died, a couple of the hunters kind of stopped working. We still have this one who's doing pretty good. Oh, now they're all... Okay, now they're all working again. Okay, so maybe it's fine. I think there was probably just a period there where there was no hunting party, No, that wouldn't make sense because they would just form their own hunting party. I don't actually know what was going on there, but they seem to be back at it now. So it was a bit of a blip. But it kind of corrected itself. It just was as if there was a short period of time. Oh, these wolves are decomposing now. Man, it really puts the pressure on to get stuff harvested quick when... I do think they are decomposing too quickly, actually. Maybe I did something wrong when I was implementing the delta time compensation, or maybe that was just... Maybe they just decompose way too quick. I don't know, I mean, I assume I would have researched it. They seem to decompose, like, in under a day, but I suppose that's probably realistic, right? You leave some meat sitting outside for 24 hours, it's probably not going to be edible. So I'm just going to get this guy out of here in the hopes that that wolf is actually going to return home. Nope, it's still fucking around. What is it doing? I'm assuming it just reached its waypoint and thus decided to commence fleeing again. It's going to try and head home, but due to its stupid pathing, it doesn't know to avoid the camp. So it's going to get really close to us again. Please don't anybody aggro this wolf. God damn it. Oh, it almost made it inside the sphere of influence there. If I can just expand the sphere of influence a little bit, I'll just be able to grab this wolf and move it away from us. Put it back with its buddy. It still has a buddy over there. So... How's that? That bear cub's still stuck. So the bear cubs are getting stuck sometimes, and I don't know what's going on. We're gonna have to debug them. That's quite important. The hunters are fine. It was just a weird... I forget exactly how it works. Like, they... I mean, I guess they can only harvest if they're in the hunting party, and for some reason they weren't able to join the hunting party, or... But that's strange. I mean, it seems strange. I really don't know what happened. I don't know what happened there. Oh my god. Oh, the winds, the strong winds are causing damage to our tents. But we don't have a... No, we do have a lot of fur. Actually, we're just not using it. Oh god. What's going on? We bugged again. I think we might be bugged again. The carpenters are seemingly not using this 36 fur that we have at our disposal. They could be using that for repairs or to build these tents. So... I think this is something to do with the tents needing repairs, is preventing the carpenters from... Well, they're neither repairing or building. Okay. Carpenters not repairing tents when fur is available in the store. Nor are they building. But I'm assuming that's just because they're blocked by the repairs. Well, this would be a good idea to make a save here and probably debug this. Oh my god. I need to... Jesus Christ, I need to disable all these all these debug messages. That's going to be slowing things down a bit. I'm still pretty tired today, but I'm definitely better than I was yesterday. I at least got 7 hours of sleep last night instead of 6. That made a big difference, but I'm just tired from living and doing all the things that living entails. Yeah, it's interesting. I was so tired after yesterday's drum stream. I just like played some WoW and ate lots of food. I could barely move. I was like super relaxed, but also kind of like just kind of like dead, I guess. I realized something recently where I noticed that like sadness and tiredness are just the same thing. I noticed that when I did like a pretty intense workout and then I was just like depressed the next day, and I was like, oh wait a minute, I'm not depressed, I'm just tired. And that's when I noticed, like, that's when I realized it's just the same thing. Okay, that ought to help speed things up a little bit. Not printing a ton of debug messages to the console all the time. So what are we fixing? Oh, the carpenters, that's the most important thing. And then we can look into the bears, the bear cubs. I don't know why they're getting stuck. At least something. It would just help to know what state they're in even. I might need to add some stuff that allows me to see what state they're in and then just try replicating the bug again. They're getting stuck in some sort of a situation where they like can't spawn a waypoint to move to, but they also can't return to idle. So they're just standing there. Carpenters, right. So whenever there's something that needs repairing, the carpenters don't seem to be able to build anymore, or they just don't seem to be doing anything. You know, if there's something on the global repairs list and it's not on fire and it requires fur, they should just target it, basically, right? What is this? Responding. Okay. Yeah. Repair 0? Because we just picked from the top of the repairs list, okay. Well, that seems to make sense to me. nobody's been allocated to withdraw fur from the store, and you're the nearest available carpenter to the store, or you're the carpenter who's been allocated to withdraw fur from the store, or... Oh. Repair 0. Well, no, I suppose that works. But we never got to that point. We were never able to, get any of that fur out of the store and supply it to the tent that required repairs. So this would never be true. We're like stuck at this stage. Figure out what would be causing that, though. I mean, you would think... Oh, but okay, it's probably the same problem as before. No? I mean, it should happen eventually, especially considering they have the downtime, right? They had been gathering firewood during downtime. We know that because there was 7 firewood in the store. So they should have been considered available, and hence the nearest available carpenter to the store should have existed, indeed. Well, let's just enable some debug tools and see what we see. I'd like to see what their build target is. That would be useful if they even have one of those. Whether they're available, I suppose. And I guess we should find out who the nearest available to carpenter to the store is, or just make sure that that is being tracked correctly. Oh. This one? Okay. Well, it's going to give us some more information at least about what the hell is going on here. All right. Wait a minute, what? They're still doing this even though they're dead? What is this? What does this even mean? I guess they do actually do that when... I suppose I should disable it when they're dead. Let me load that save again. Let's actually... Sorry, let's just only do that for carpenters, because we're not... Oh, I'm only doing it for hunters right now. I'm not interested in the hunters build targets. Or am I? I mean, kind of. Maybe that has... I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, we don't want the hunters to stop hunting if something needs repairing. I mean, we should also check how much fur is in the store. They only need hunt if there isn't. See, these carpenters are available. They're all fucking available. There's fur in the store. It's clearly tracking the nearest available carpenter to the store. This one is even targeting this tent that requires repairs. I don't know why the other ones are... Wait, now he's not? I think he's been allocated to withdraw firewood. Yeah, so kind of as I suspected, the issue seems to be with build targeting. I mean, one of them is targeting it. Why are the other two not targeting it? So... It's very strange. So, I mean... Can't explain why all three of them aren't targeting the tents that require repairs. Only one of them seems to be doing it. But even the one who is targeting it isn't actually withdrawing the fur to repair it, which kind of implies that the issue is on like the withdraw fur state. Can't have fur or firewood in your inventory. Build must exist. Build greater than or equal to stage 1. Build.fur less than build required fur. Store exists. Store is built. Store is not on fire. Store contains fur. Nobody's been allocated to withdraw it, and you are the nearest available carpenter to the store. All of these conditions seem to be met. It's possibly possible. I mean, I don't think it is possible that they have something in their inventory. If they had fur in their inventory already, they should be supplying it. Question then would be, why would they not be doing that? If they had firewood in their inventory, they should just deposit it into the store, which I think they've been doing because we see that there is firewood in there. If they had been allocated, they wouldn't be classed as available anymore, and therefore they wouldn't be on the nearest available carpenter to store tracker. So I don't think they are getting allocated, which means that they're not getting through the state processing. They might be getting through it, but they're not switching into the correct state. Oh, I need to get something to drink. I'll be right back. Never finished my tea. I mean, well, let's be honest, none of that stuff changed. All the changes that I made were to do with the build targeting. So strange. Yeah, it's like the first thing that we do is check if anything needs repairs, and if it needs repairs, then we just don't do any of this other stuff. It's not strictly true. We do technically still update the total fur frames and total required lumber. Is that actually, I forget if that's used outside of this section though. I don't think it is. No. Is there a responding carpenter store firewood? Yeah, that should be in there as well. I don't believe that would have been causing the bug. Because as long as the campfire had above 3,600 fuel. Oh, I haven't done delta time compensation on the rate at which the campfire consumes fuel, have I? Or did I? I don't know. You know, they should have still been able to perform repairs as long as the fire had plenty of fuel, but I think as we saw, they were just not doing any repairs at all. We can confirm that, because I think shortly after we load this save, one of the carpenters does go to put fuel on the fire. But you can see clearly the nearest available carpenter to the... See, I don't know, that is strange to me that these two carpenters over in this tent are not tracking. They don't have a build target. Now they do. But only when this guy had been allocated to go. And now it's like only the nearest one, or just only this one for some reason has a build target. He does have the correct build target, but it's only one of the three carpenters for some reason. What was I testing again? I can't remember. Something after the... Right, well, would they start working again once the campfire was refueled? No. Interesting that when one of the carpenters was allocated to put fuel on the fire, the other two updated their build target. As if, yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't know why they wouldn't. Well, they have no build target. Why do they have no build target at all? There's clearly a couple of frames that still unsupplied. There's a couple of unsupplied frames. Am I missing responding carpenter store? Oh, so it would be this one. Well, that's really that's. What kind of makes sense, right? Because it's just it has nothing to do with whether it's on the repairs list. It's it's simply just that fur is less than required fur. I didn't think about that. Like, isn't this essentially completely redundant? If we just added tents that require repairs to the build list instead of the repairs list, and just don't have a repairs list, just have a build list, and then they just handle everything like they would usually. I mean, what this tells me, I think, is that this just straight up isn't working. Build equals, this just isn't working, because I'm pretty sure this is happening. Maybe, I don't know. They do essentially the same thing. That's the thing. They do, yeah. Oh, I think. Well, no. This is irrelevant. This is irrespective of whether you have fur in your own inventory. You just do this. But it does seem kind of unnecessary. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to test it on this same save file because or would I? I think I would actually. No, because we don't save and load the build and repair list. We just kind of add the stuff back to it again after loading. If it, just as we normally would. Add to repair list and remove from repair list. Huh. Well, I was never removing them from the repair list if they got destroyed. Whoops. I'm just going to add it and comment it out in case we do use this method, because it would need to be there. Those are the only references to, I'm hoping nothing else, nothing anywhere else depends on like checking the repair list. I don't think it will. I just don't want to have to go through and change a bunch of stuff. Wait. No. I'm doing this completely wrong, aren't I? I'm not supposed to be commenting it out. I'm supposed to be saying that we should put them on the build list instead. If they need repairs, we put them on the build list. If they no longer need repairs, we remove them from the build list. Hopefully that works. We can iron out any any details once we get the basic functionality going. So I learned today that pressed coconut water is just as hydrating as coconut water, but it contains more calories. So I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch because I'm on a quest for calories. I need as many as I can possibly get. Okay, so we're just going to put the damaged tents on the build list instead now. And let's just see what kind of an effect that has to begin with. Oh shit, what have I done? Fuck, oh. Promising. Okay, they've decided to build, right, this is sheer prioritization. Okay, so that would be, it works, in a sense, in that this guy is now providing fur to the frames, but they are not prioritizing repairs over building, which is what we want. We want to maintain the existing tents over building new tents. It's good to know that it works. So, and it does mean that we've identified this as the problem. So we could just write in some basic thing that, like, determines, I mean, you could even use the repair list for that, but no point using a list, really. We could do some sort of a scan. Come to think of it, why the frick am I scanning through the build list twice? When we could just do that the one time. I don't even know what I'm deleting there, but it's commented out, so I think it can go. Let's just take this for, wait, if, no, this if Surely there should be some kind of like a brackets for this? No? Wait a minute, what? Where are the brackets for the if statement? I just didn't put them in, but for some reason it's totally okay with that. GML's one hell of a language. I was just looping through the build list twice for no reason, when we can just do it once and update both of them at the same time. And we can add a third thing to this, which says var damaged tents, I guess? Damaged tents equals 0. And then we just figure out by scanning through the build list how many tents have been damaged. And then if, good lord, I'm gonna have to update all this. Oh, I don't know if I've optimized this. Maybe? Probably doesn't look like it, because I'm checking if instance exists build I 4 separate times. So it's clearly not been optimized, has it? But it works, so I'm not going to worry about that now. Let's just try and get this. Okay, so, and then we would simply add an additional check where it's like, if the number of damaged tents on the build list is greater than 1. First, we need to determine how many damaged tents there are on the build list. But if that number is greater than 1, then we can sorry, if the number of damaged tents on the build list is greater than 1, then we should only be able to target damaged tents. This is going to cause an issue, isn't it? The problem is we don't want to block the other carpenters from doing other stuff. True. True. We won't block them from doing other stuff, because this is based on the allocated carpenter anyway. Okay. The only differences here is whether you have fur in your inventory or not. Why does it even matter? Like, if you can do this, whether you have fur in your inventory or not, why are we checking twice? I have no idea. Just for no reason, I guess. Because I had no idea what I was doing when I wrote this. So yeah, this can clearly be refactored to be much faster. Where basically the checks are all completely the same. Whether you have fur in your inventory or not is irrelevant, because it's well, we can implement it in a different way, because I think it's trying to handle for some rare scenario where somebody has, where like more than one carpenter has fur in their inventory somehow, which would only be possible if, I don't know if it is possible at all. I think it might be completely impossible for more than one carpenter to have fur in their inventory at the same time. So it indeed might be completely unnecessary to even check for or worry about it at all. I think it's going to make my life easier to refactor this code before I implement the change to do with repairs. The thing about the repairs, right, it's like, if there is a tent that requires repairs on the build list, then you should only be allowed to target tents that have less than 100 hit points. Yes, that's all it takes. Okay, but let's refactor this to begin with. Okay. So. Move this down here to make life a bit easier. And then it would be this and this or this. And then I can basically just delete everything else. It's that simple, I think. Right? What's going on? Okay. And this or this. Store is built, contains fur, there is no responding carpenter, and you are the nearest available carpenter to the store. Or you are the responding carpenter. Store is built, contains fur, and you are the responding carpenter. So that is now grouped in with this. You have fur in your inventory and exactly what we just said. So it's an extremely easy refactor. Obviously it wasn't at the time because I had no idea what I was doing. This code was written like 2 years ago, so, you know, learned a lot since then. So yeah, it's basically just looks like that now, which is a pretty sweet optimization. I do say so myself. Okay. I think first I should just confirm that it still works before we implement the new stuff. Yep, seems good, seems good. He's withdrawing the fur. Is he supplying the fur? What happened? Okay, he changed his mind. I don't know what that was all about. It seems to be working. Why would he have redeposited the... Are they still doing it? What was that? Was that a hunter? I'm just gonna load the save again. Okay, so this guy's like, oh, I need to... It's like withdrawing it and then putting it back again. The second guy was fine though. Why was the first guy doing that? Let's see, okay, this guy is going to withdraw 4 fur. Okay, seems fine now. I don't know what that blip in the beginning was all about. This is the guy who's been allocated to withdraw the fur. He withdraws it, and then he immediately deposits it again. I'm trying to figure out what would cause that behavior. If his build target changed, why would his build target change though? If he's the one who's been allocated, his build target should remain the same now. Why am I doing this twice? God damn it. That's supposed to become the new thing. Would that have some impact on this? I don't think so. This would just be, so at first it's like nobody's been allocated and I'm the nearest available, and then it's like I'm the one who's been allocated. No, can't explain it, not quite sure. Let's look at this. I don't think he's ever actually making it into the state, is he? State conditions, state supply. For you have fur in your inventory, build exists, build stage greater than or equal to 1, build dot required, fur less than required fur and not on fire, pretty straightforward. And deposit fur, line 3517. So depositing is higher priority than supplying. Let's see, what about depositing? There's two types. This one's the carpenter one. Well, that would explain it. Why in God's name is supplying for depositing for higher priority than, and it's just as simple as like you have fur in your inventory. That's like so stupid. Right? Why would it work like this? What is this? And the other question is, how the hell does it work at all? Why don't they all just redeposit the fur into the store? Withdrawing fur is like super high priority. I don't know why the carpenter stuff is all split into 3 separate places or something, but it is just all state prioritization stuff. The highest priority thing they do is feed the fire, followed by withdrawing firewood, followed by supplying fur, followed by... Wait a minute, what? I thought this was low. What was I looking at before? I thought this was lower. I thought supplying fur was lower priority than depositing fur. But supplying fur is on line 1769. Nice. Deposit fur is no. Depositing fur is okay. So this should just be okay. I don't know what happened there. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. No. I would have been looking at the hunter one. I would have been looking at the hunter supply build stage 1. I guess I was looking at the hunter one. This one. It still doesn't really make any sense to me. Oh, it could be something. No, maybe, because repairing never used to be a thing, so it's possible the way that they're told to like leave the... Well, no, they're not repairing. We haven't gotten to that stage yet. They are just still in the build stage. Even that wouldn't reset them. Okay. I can't explain what's happening. Is what I think's happening even happening? Let me take another look. Is it like a hunter that's just sneaking in there before I noticed, or... I don't think so. Here come the hunters now. This hunter might deposit some fur, no? This guy draws, deposits, and it's 8 as well, so more evidence. It's very strange, but then the second guy withdraws the fur and actually goes and supplies it, no problem. Oh, no idea. No idea. No idea. But we want them to prioritize repairs over building. So now we're gonna do this thing where we like... We're gonna say... build I... dot HP less than 100. Damaged tense plus equals 1. Now we have a count of how many damaged tense there are, which we can then use to say how do I do this? I kind of understand it theoretically. I'm not sure how to write it yet. Right. So if there are damaged tents, then you can only target tents that have HP less than 100. Or if damaged tents, if there are no damaged tents, then you can target any tents on the build list. So they should, I'm pretty sure, they should prioritize repairing the damaged tents over building new tents now. No? No? We're not going to do that? We're not doing that? We're not doing that. I mean, they should definitely be on the list. That'll do. That will just allow me to see if it's on the build list. It's not on the build list. Or is it? Wait. No, it is. There. It's on the build list. I just couldn't see it. Okay, so it's this somehow. What is wrong with that? Damage tents greater than 0 and HP less than 100. Maybe I'm doing this wrong? Am I doing this wrong? No? Hey Brent, how's it going? It's going pretty well, thanks. Yeah, I'm getting close to, well, I keep saying that. I've been saying that for a week. I think I'm getting close to a bug-free build. Just keep finding more. I keep creating more bugs, to be honest with you. But I think we're getting there, and then I can switch back over to drawing sprites soon. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, all the recent refactoring really didn't help. It created a lot of bugs. But it's worth it for the performance increase. For sure. This is such a simple statement. I really can't understand what could possibly be wrong with it. Damage tents greater than 0. And HP less than 100. Or damage tents 0. We don't have to do this instance. It exists check 3 separate times. Well, they should only be able to select damaged tents from the build list. If there are damaged tents on the build list. So we just scan through the build list. Damaged tents plus equals 1 for every damaged tent on the build list. And then if that number is greater than 0, then we can only, select or target tents with health less than 100. Is it Is there something that's sort of like a conflict where I'm saying that it both has to be greater than 0 and less than 0, less than or equal to 0 at the same time or something? Is that what I'm saying? And damage tense greater than 0. Hey, Fizzy Busy, how's it going? Greater than 0 and health less or damage tense less than or equal to 0. I mean, it's this or this, not both. Maybe the problem... Well, I don't think they were even targeting anything at all, which implies the problem is in here. We can just confirm that again. They don't seem to have any build target, otherwise they would be drawing a line. That one line that we see is tracking the nearest available carpenter to the store. Those guys don't have any build target, so this is preventing them from targeting anything. Somehow. I have an and an or inside the parentheses. And this or this is what I think I'm saying. That would just be saying exactly what we're saying right now. Wouldn't it? Well, I don't see why you would need extra brackets there. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Thought so. I think I might, well, I don't think there exists a tent like that. Maybe, okay, it might be smart to confirm that the tents are fully constructed, and if I'm being perfectly honest, I believe it's actually less than or equal to 90 hit points is when they get added to the build list, so let's change that to less than or equal to 90 and possibly well, I don't really, maybe it would just be safe to check that the stage is greater than, Well, maybe I should also be checking that it requires fur as well. I don't know. I was thinking I wouldn't need to do this, but maybe I need to play it safe. So I think it's the first one. So we'll only class tents that are fully constructed actually require some fur and have HP less than or equal to 90 as damaged. And we'll also only... I mean, we're doing... Oh, shit! Oh, I found the problem. Okay, it wasn't that, but we got there. Right. Because this repairing never used to be a thing, and this code was written like 2 years ago. And so you would never have been trying to like target a tent that required fur, but was at any other stage than stage 1. But now, I guess it's greater than or equal to 1. Actually, I should probably go through and check for anything else like that. I mean, that was just me, like, not paying attention, really. Yes. Because you don't want to fall into that trap, but it's so easy to do of living in your living in your assumptions instead of living in reality, which basically means read the code that's right in front of you. Don't just assume you know what it says. And then but it's like often you tunnel vision on the area where you think the problem is, and if you just look a few lines over, or sometimes it is somewhere else, but you just have to look. I do it all the time. But yeah, also, I mean, there are entire systems in this game now that I've completely forgotten how they work, and you know, I'm just usually hoping and praying I never have to touch it again, but inevitably I always do. So I do wind up cycling back through everything and relearning everything. I've probably relearned most things in this game 2 or 3 times by now, and I do feel like I remember it better having revised it. So eventually, maybe I will actually understand how the entire code base works. Although that would be pretty crazy. It's funny sometimes when playtesting, I'll encounter a feature that I forgot I even implemented. Those are always fun. Like, oh really? That's in the game? It's like, I made the game. I should really know that. Okay, so it's like fully supplied. Okay, you'll fully supplied frames. Unsupplied. Wait a minute. What? Well, yeah. This. Okay, I'm starting to understand. Because. Wait a minute. What? No. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just this one that we need to worry about. Greater than or equal to 1 there. You can't ever repair a foundation I've probably broken the hunters now, yes, because... Well, or have I? Does it just kind of default over to this? So we've removed the repairs list. It's no longer a thing. We just use the build list and we add things that need repairing to it. But is this enough? Basically, like, no, because that would need to be less than or equal to 2, because you can now require fur. But it would be nice. We don't want the hunters hunting to provide fur for repairs or building if there's already enough fur in the store, because it's wasteful. So shit. What about total fur frames? Conker's bad fur day. What does this even do again? I wrote this like 2 days ago. I don't even know what it is. What is it? Why do we do this again? I mean, it's not just total fur frames anymore. It's total fur. If we were to change that to be greater than or equal to 1 as well, then it would also count fur required for repairs, which is probably what we want to do. I just need to remember what this even is. Total fur frames. What is it prevents you from targeting fully supplied foundations and unsupplied foundations when fur is required or nobody has been allocated to withdraw said fur. Is that what it's doing? Cool. Yeah, let's hear it. Unsupplied. Is your suggestion to comment my code? Because it's a very good suggestion. Target unsupplied foundations or unsupplied frames. And then this is a total of how much fur is required for all of the frames that need building. And this was just some weird thing that we had to do because, like, we needed to, like, delay it or something. I don't know, is that what this is for? Fully supplied foundations. Total for less than or equal to 0, or nobody's been allocated and it's not you. Fully supplied foundation. Can only target. Oh, I'm starting. Yeah, I'm beginning to remember. It's like because we want them to prioritize supplying fur to frames that have already been built over building new frames. Basically, that's what it's for. Right. So total fur frames must be less than or equal to 0, as in no fur is needed, or somebody's already been allocated to supply the fur. Totally makes sense. Yeah. And indeed, the same would be true if that fur needed withdrawing for repairs, I'm pretty sure. So that should also be greater than or equal to 1. Interesting. Yeah, that would certainly condense stuff down a bit. Right. I'd need several different ones for all of the different configurations those switches can be set to for different circumstances, but I see the idea. And wasn't I doing something with the hunters? Oh, I got hella distracted. Why? Okay. Okay, we were just figuring out, like, that should be, that the total fur frames, it should just be total fur. I'm just going to rename it, I think. To total required fur, I guess. I mean, that's not strictly true. It is total fur frame, total fur repair and frames, or something really. So it's like total fur. Oh god. I'm just gonna keep the name the same. Yeah, that's definitely useful information. I can't imagine that I would refactor this now, but certainly something that can be applied on the next project, which, you know, there's a ton of stuff that I'm going to do, just, you know, that I'm going to do differently on the next one. And everything will be so clean and efficient. I'm pretty excited for it. It's still a long way off, but I'll probably switch engines too, but a lot of the practices will transfer into any language, right? So, instance exists store, and what is it? It's like, oh, there's not, right, the amount, it's about the amount of fur in the store. Object store dot stage less than 2. Or object store dot store fur. Gotta be store fur, not fur. Store fur less than total fur frames. Technically, all of the fur that's currently in all of the inventories of the hunters as well, but at least this gets us a little bit closer to not overhunting. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's go through it. Build stage less than or equals to 2. Build fur less than required fur. Store does not exist, or store exists and has not been built yet, or store exists and object store dot store fur, or let's just say the store contains less fur than the total required fur to build everything. But actually I'm not sure we can. I think the hunters might need their own tracker here, actually. Yeah, they do. At least we can run it specifically on the hunters. Maybe I should have like total fur carpenters, total fur hunters, and roam total war, and then we'll be fine. Okay, so they get their own because it really does need to be all of the required fur regardless of the stage. Actually. And I think regardless of how much fur is in the store. So yeah, just go through all of the tents, and regardless of what stage they're at, add up the amount of fur that they all require. That would be for repairs or building. And then if the amount of fur in the store is less than the total required fur to build and or repair everything, then the hunters are able to target a build object, which in turn allows them to hunt. Or it might in turn allow them to join the hunting party, which allows them to hunt. I think that's kind of the chain of events there. Okay. I think we should be good now. That's I wasn't even like planning on that, but that's a nice little addition. And then this can be optimized quite clearly. I mean, it's only really just this can be put into a separate if statement that contains all 3 of these if statements. Just because we don't need to do it 3 times. Cool. Okay, and we've totally done away with the global repair list, so let me just global search that up and remove any references to it that still exist. Let me tell you what, let's make sure it works before we do that. So these guys should be repairing. He's still doing the thing where he withdraws the fur and then redeposits it. But then the second guy seems to be working okay. Okay, so that's now supplied. So they're going to prioritize repairing all of these damaged tents over building the new ones. They're going to supply them with all of the fur that they need. Can they actually perform the repairs, though? Or are they only able to... No, they don't. They don't seem to actually be performing the repairs. Okay, so they're unable to... Basically, they're unable to target them once they're fully supplied. So this would need to be like... It depends how we handle stuff over here, actually. We've reset fur to 0, but also required fur. That okay, so we would have to do an additional stage check. That's fine. So we'll do more brackets around this. And then we would say, like, stage greater than or equal to 1 and fur less than required for, or... Let me just copy this. Stage... just 2. And fur greater than or equal to required for. That we know is a tent that requires repairs because it's fully built, but and fully supplied with fur. Now the problem with this, yeah, we'd also have to check its HP, I think, as well, because 0 does equal 0. So we'd have the problem of them always targeting them for no reason. Right. I'm aware of a potential issue where if for some reason they repaired it to like 91 hit points and then got interrupted, they wouldn't be able to retarget it to repair the final 9 hit points. But at the same time, as soon as they get it back above 90, as soon as they get it to 90 or above, the required for resets to 0 anyway, I think. So, what would that mean? I have no idea. I think it's good enough. I mean, it's a starting point at least. We can get it 90% of the way there. Literally. HP less than or equal to 90. Actually, probably... No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so they should be able to target them again when they're fully supplied. Yeah, we might just call it good enough. If I can't think of an easy way to get them to... I mean, it's a very rare scenario as well in which they get interrupted whilst repairing in that final 10%. it's supplied, and now everyone's like, oh, that tent that needs repairs is fully supplied, let's repair it. Boom. And then the guy's like, okay, I'm just going to supply this next one. It is interesting to note that they're repairing the tents over the store. Ideally we would want them to prioritize repairing the store before the tents. If the store goes down currently, you literally lose everything in it. Whereas a tent is just a place to sleep and shelter. Yeah, I mean you could, but that's I don't like it personally, because it's, well, it deviates from the standard game rules. It's like, repairs are performed at this rate, except in this one strange set of conditions in which this weird thing happens. Yeah. It is a solution, but it's just, I like consistent, predictable game rules. And I also probably have some form of OCD, which is, just gives me an aversion to that kind of thing. Brave. Okay, well, cool, they're actually supplying and repairing tents now. Well, right now they're sleeping, but we fast forwards to the next day. Did they all wake up like at exactly the same time? Or was that just because I was fast forwarding? I don't know. I mean, it is just randomized. They technically could all wake up simultaneously. They all wake up within an hour of sunrise at, I was going to say 10-minute intervals, but it's not really, because minutes don't really exist. They wake up within an hour of sunrise at 1/10 of the hour, if that makes sense. Cool, so that's good. So we just want them to prioritize repairing the store over tents or anything else. Store should always be number one. And then tents, and then the crash. Okay. We used to be able to do that when we actually had a repairs list. We could do that by the order in which we add stuff to the list. Now it's just all lumped onto the build list. And it all depends what was damaged first as to what would be at the top. Unless... no, we can actually do that. This was a real brain teaser to get this set up, but I have the code, so... we can just do the same thing as when we add them to the build list in the first place to be built. Like, the hut does this stuff to, like, make sure that it's always higher priority than the crash, but lower priority than the store. So what is it doing? It's like scanning the build list for if there's a store on it or a crash, and then it tries to figure out where it should add itself onto that list using a DS list insert or an add, depending, and then the position on the list where it needs to be added to. So it goes through, scans through the list, counts up the number of each thing on the list by the looks of it. And then if there is no store on the list, then if there is a store on the list, which we can guarantee will always be at the highest position on the list based on how stores get added to the list, then we do ds insert build 1 plus build tent, because the store will be at position 0, and then there's the number of tents, and then this is a new tent, so we want it to be the lowest priority of all the tents. Else if build crash greater than 0, if ds list size build -1 minus build crash is less than 0, insert build at 0. Wait. Okay. What? Build crash is greater than 0. We take the size of the build list and we -1, because size, you have to do -1 because the lists start from 0. Then we minus the number of crashes, and then if we've hit less than 0, then we just insert at position 0 because we know that will be in front of any crashes on the list. Else if we take the size of the list -1 minus the number of crashes, if that is exactly 0, we insert at 1. Really? I thought we were supposed to prioritize building tents over building crashes. I thought it would be the other way around. Else we insert at list size -1 minus build crash -1. Okay, I don't really understand this last couple of bits. For one, I thought we do prioritize building. Oh, because it used to be backwards? Is that? Well, when we used to scan through the build list, we used to scan from the bottom of the list up. I think I should look at how the store gets added to the list. That might shed some light on the situation. Because we know the store, well, exactly. Insert at 0. We always want the store to be the first thing on the list. That's weird. Why was I scanning through the list backwards before then? I don't know. I don't know. The store's still going to be at the top of the list, so now that we're going from the top of the list, the store should always be the first thing that they encounter on there. I can basically, I would like to understand it, I suppose is why I'm trying, but I don't even need to understand it to just copy paste this stuff over and reuse it, and presumably it works. It has been working, so I guess it works. So basically, if the store needs repairs, where's the thing that adds it to the repairs list, which is now the builds list? We just see ds add. We don't want to do ds list add. We want to do insert at 0 for the store, so that it's always the top priority for repairs. That's a simple one. And then crash should be the lowest priority thing of all. Let's have, I think, so let's have a look. It's always just an add, right? Because it's always at the bottom of the list. So far we just have always at the top of the list, always at the bottom of the list. The tents are the things where we need to figure out whether it needs to be behind the store or in front of the creche. That's how I think it should work, and that's how it does work, actually, based on how it plays out in-game. But I just can't understand how this is doing that exactly. Basically, like, maybe it's not because I always build the store first, or place the store first whenever I'm testing, so I actually have no idea what happens, what order do they build things in. If, for example, if I start a new game and I place the creche first and then place a tent, the creche is the first boss in Wailing Caverns. The creche is the place where the women and children, it's just like a preschool or something. So it's where they hang out during the day for part of the day. Mainly just as a way to sort of help keep them safe. It's not just the women and children, it's the breeders specifically. Because you can have female anything. It's yeah, it's a nursery. It's yeah, the spelling is completely wrong. I'm just a complete degenerate, so I spelled it literally like the first boss in Wailing Caverns. Crash, the turtle. In the documentation I've spelled it correctly. But in the code it is spelled Crash with a K. So if I place down and the icon is a K in here, but that helps differentiate from the campfire until we have actual icons. So if I place a creche down first and then place a tent, we would hope that they would build the tent first, which they do. Okay, so I may not understand it, but it does work correctly. Somehow, this actually achieves... Yeah, because I was banging my head against the wall for hours trying to get this to work. I remember it well. So all we need to do is exactly the same thing when we're adding the tent to the build list for repairs. Repairs list. Boom. There you go. That's it. It's always nice when you've already got the code, isn't it? Okay, so that... No, it will work, because we don't actually save and load those lists. We just repopulate them like the normal way after loading a save. So everything should be repaired in the correct order now. They should prioritize repairing the store. Let's see if they do that. There's always that weird bug at the beginning where the first carpenter redeposits the fur into the store, and I have no idea why. But yeah, they are repairing the store first, which is excellent. It's very important in a game where the characters are fully autonomous or close to it, that they really behave like predictably, as you'd expect and want them to, and also efficiently. Otherwise, the frustration levels go through the roof. Like if your store is on the verge of collapse and you know you're going to lose all of your resources, and they're over here repairing a tent and you're screaming at the monitor, you know it's not going to be a good time. So a lot of these little details in the way they make decisions and stuff are kind of, it's like the importance is magnified because you have no direct control over any of the characters. Do they still repair the tents? Or are they only capable of repairing the store now? Good God. Okay. I don't think they're repairing these tents. We still have these 2 damaged tents. What is it? I don't think it's just because it's nighttime. I genuinely don't think they're doing it. Wait, what's this guy doing? Oh. Fuck. That bug is really annoying. He withdraws the fur and then redeposits it immediately. We do need to fix that. It may have been okay if there were other carpenters around to like pick up the slack. For some reason it would work. The second carpenter would work. It's a good sign that they may indeed actually repair these tents, though, and that the problem is actually just this weird bug of them not being able to... Yeah, okay, so they're doing it. Right, I'm really confused as to why they withdraw the fur to repair and then immediately redeposit it again. And would they also be doing that for building? Probably, because it's all on the same code. Presumably they're not able to target the right thing. Is it... You remember before where I was like, oh, it doesn't matter if you have fur in your inventory or not, let me delete all of this stuff. Maybe it actually matters if you have fur in your inventory. Because I think you don't get allocated... Wait, no, you do get allocated before withdrawing it. So they are allocated as the responding carpenter store fur when they've been allocated to do that. I thought that would be enough to ensure that they're targeting the I don't think so. It was literally just one line that checked whether they had fur in their inventory. It shouldn't be too bad, but I don't think that's even it, really. I'm not sure what it is, though. Time to bang my head against the desk repeatedly again. Okay. Well, yeah, so let's just... This is the thing that gets them to target it in the first place. It's no longer unsupplied frames, it's just frames. It's not even just frames, it's target tents that require fur, whether that be for building or repairs. But they must be, well, it's tents or frames that require fur, not foundations. Arguably, you know, it's a tent at every stage of its existence, but for our purposes, a tent is a fully constructed tent, a frame is a frame, and a foundation is just it's a foundation. Okay, so... Well, you have another... well, yeah. That's why it matters if there's fur in your own inventory. Oh, shit. I don't think this is gonna... I can foresee this causing another bug if we don't fix it, but I don't think it fixes our bug. Right, because what if you withdrew the last of the fur from the store and then you'd no longer be able to target unless we did like, or you're the responding carpenter. As you know, something like that. But I think it's easier just to see if you have fur in your inventory. And, but that wouldn't have been causing this bug because there was plenty of fur left in the store, wasn't there? I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah, there definitely was, but we can just confirm that and see if this has made any difference. So you always get the guy who withdraws the fur and then immediately deposits it back into the store again. Yeah, he's still doing it. And then the second guy swoops in and actually... Oh, no, he's doing it as well. Before, the second guy would actually work. Oh no, that's... I think... Wait, was that because they were depositing it for repairs? They did actually manage to do the repairs, but... The bug still exists, but somehow they do still manage to get the repairs done. But it's like... I don't know. It only works if there's a second carpenter around, because as we saw, when the other two carpenters were asleep, the one guy just kept redepositing the fur into the store. Okay, it's unusual, but I'm going to have to take a quick bio break, and then I'll try and fix this up. I'll be right back. Okay, I just want to figure out when they actually get... So they get allocated as the responding carpenter store for after they've basically entered... Well, it was more like when they've selected the state. So they're withdrawing fur from the store. And then before they actually do that, it's like, oh, they're going to withdraw fur from the store. This guy's the responding carpenter store fur. When does that get cleared? Because I mean, it wouldn't make any sense to clear it once he's withdrawn it. But if we did, it would cause an issue, right? Because it would come back through this stuff again, and well, because of the delay on it, he wouldn't have been re-added to the nearest available carpenter tracker. So he wouldn't be the nearest available, and if he'd been removed from this, unassigned as the responding carpenter, then because the only thing I can imagine is causing this is if instance does not exist build, essentially, if their build target is being cleared. We can confirm that for one by looking at state supply for carpenters. Yeah. You got fur in your inventory and blow. Wait a minute. No, that's greater than or equal to 1. That's fine. Yeah, the only thing on here I could see causing it is if instance does not exist build, basically. So, that's likely what it is. That's my Discord, by the way. I don't know. Streamer mode has not been working for me recently for some reason. I probably disabled it somehow. I don't know. Okay. So, okay. So I actually want to look at the state itself, I guess. I want to look at state withdraw for responding carpenter store for. Really? Why are we clearing that there? That would be the problem. That would be the problem. It's an easy fix, at least. I think we just don't do this here. We would only want to unassign them as the responding carpenter store fur once they've supplied the fur. Like, exactly. It's already there, but by this stage, they are no longer on this tracker. We've already removed them when they withdrew the fur from the store in the first place. It is possible that we would want to... I can't imagine what scenario this would be, but if for any reason they ever did deposit the fur back into the store, we would want to clear them as well, otherwise they'd get like permanently stuck on this tracker or something, which could be problematic, right? Deposit fur. Yeah, it's there. I mean, that's the interrupt. What about the regular? Yeah, it's there. Okay, so basically we were just removing them from that tracker at the wrong time when we definitely should not have been doing that. We should be fine now. We should be A-okay. As far as I can tell. If this works, I can get some lunch. I should get some lunch regardless, to be honest with you, but... Here we go, here we go, here we go. Drawing the fur? Why are you doing that? Why are you still doing that? No, that doesn't explain it. It doesn't actually explain it, does it? You're right, you're right. Because that was... Maybe we do need that one, that's what I'm concerned about now. Because this is if they get interrupted. So no, they should indeed still be on that tracker. Let's just observe for a moment. Yeah, the weird thing is that he doesn't seem to have a build target. Wait, or no, the build. No, the build target is the store, isn't it? Because we told them now to repair. So this line, that's what that represents. That is his build target there. It's very strange. Alright, Brent. Enjoy. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you in a bit. Oh, what is going on? Well, I'm realizing that greater than or equal to 2 is the same as greater than or equal to 1. Well, it's not the same. No, it's not, is it? You raise a good point. Okay, well we could, because we have a whole separate thing for targeting fully supplied frames now. That's this one. I guess I'm realizing that that could potentially just be combined into this. But let's not worry about it. Let's not worry about it right now. Right. Greater than or equal to 1 for less than required for. What if it's like Stage 1. There are no fully supplied frames, and if there were, we still don't want them to prioritize that over repairs. I'm wondering if... Well, it couldn't be this because there are no fully supplied frames. Maybe we do want them to prioritize building a fully supplied frame over repairing an existing thing. No, we don't. We don't. This always runs the risk of the store going down if we do that. We always want to prioritize repairs over building, so... There's got to be more to it than that, but we can at least prevent the carpenter who's been allocated to supply fur from targeting fully supplied frames. Can we not just do this via osmosis? I mean, state prioritization. No. Because we can't differentiate between fur that's required for repairs and... Or can we? Wait, can we? Not really via state prioritization. Wait. Oh, we could just not... Oh, that's a really easy solution. We just don't allow them to target fully supplied frame... We don't allow them to target fully supplied frames if there are any damaged tents, because we now have that thing that tracks damaged tents. Okay. I think that works, right? You can only target fully supplied frames if there are no damaged tents. Should really be checking that stuff first before doing all this, but it's whatever, it's fine for now. That's a simple solution. If anything requires repairs, then don't do this. Well, that's not very good because, well, we can... It would be like... Wait, how would you say this? So you can only target fully supplied frames if there are no damaged tents, or if there are damaged tents, but somebody has already been allocated to supply them with fur. Well, it doesn't. That still doesn't prevent them from performing repairs instead of building fully supplied frames. So we're I think maybe just because of state prioritization, I might need to split this in two and put the repair stuff at the top. Yeah, that would be the easiest way to do this, I think. Okay. Oh, wait, I have that checked twice now? What the hell? Is this even necessary anymore? Maybe we can remove that. Stage grid, less. think this check is redundant. No, it's not. Don't think it is. What just happened? Okay, so we'll prioritize targeting fully supplied tents that require repairs. Am I not supposed to be removing that from here now? No, we still need to do it when they're not fully supplied. Right, which is taken care of by that. Okay, so yeah, I am removing this. Okay, that has nothing to do with the actual bug that we're trying to fix. How do we... Well, first we need to identify what's causing the bug. Oh, this guy is withdrawing the fur and then redeposits the fur. And then somebody else withdraws the fur and they actually manage to get it supplied by the looks of it. But if there's only one carpenter, he just endlessly withdraws and redeposits it for some reason. That is very strange. We could just prevent them from... I don't even know if this is it, but we could prevent them from doing this if they have fur in their inventory. Wait, didn't we? Didn't it used to be like that? And I like deleted it at one stage like a maniac. Like just ripping things out. I probably don't need this. But we did. Maybe. I can't remember if I actually did that or if I'm making that up. But if we just don't allow them to target tents that require repairs if they have... we're talking fully supplied tents that require repairs. Target fully supplied frames. Don't allow them to do that if they have fur in their inventory. This one, this is the one where we do need to allow them to do this if they have fur in their inventory. I mean, fully supplied foundations. Fully supplied foundations, you could also say, like, don't do this if you have fur or lumber in your inventory, really. Unsupplied foundations, you need to be able to target with lumber in your inventory, but not necessarily fur. I'd say you can't target those with fur in your inventory. I don't know, because he's withdrawing the fur, he's getting it into his inventory. Maybe, like, we just prevent him from switching target or targeting anything he shouldn't be targeting. Once he has that fur in his inventory, then he'll keep the right target, and that will prevent him from redepositing the fur into the store. Maybe. Nope. Nope. I mean, what if I just didn't zero the build tracker? What if I don't let you do any of this stuff if you've been allocated to one of these tasks? I'm not entirely sure if that's possible. I think it is. I mean, like, we would essentially only allow you to switch build targets if you haven't been allocated to one of these tasks. We don't actually know for sure that this is what it is that's causing it right now, but oh. So I would have to do it in 2 separate places if I want to completely disable this, but for testing it, it's good enough to just not zero the build tracker. You can't be any of these. And oh, there's one other thing, because now it is actually possible to run the first one with something assigned to the build tracker, so okay, that works. Let's try that one more time. Withdraws the fur, and he supplies the fur. Amazing. Okay, so it was the fact that we were zeroing the build tracker in between. I wonder if everything else still works correctly, though. Okay, I still don't really understand why that was, you know, causing this this issue. They will also sleep instead of repairing stuff. Repairs should be higher priority than sleeping. Okay. I think the only problem is now that we've combined repairs with the build list, my only way to really do that is to just prevent them from sleeping until everything's built or repaired. So they might not sleep for like a week straight of just building stuff. That's, yeah, we do actually. Well, I mean, what we can say is we can prevent them from sleeping if the build target is fully supplied with fur and is damaged. I think that would be the way to do it. Which is weird. It's weird because the other way, yeah, they just wouldn't sleep until everything was built, which takes, could take a really long time. Okay, but we do have a fix for this, at least. I still don't understand, because if we weren't if we were zeroing the build tracker like we were before, you would think it would just go through everything again and just target the same thing. I mean, there are no fully supplied frames on the map. And they are the responding carpenter, so it's not the nearest available carpenter tracker. Unless, wait a minute. Oh, it is. It's because this bracket's in the wrong place. It's checking instance exists nearest available carpenter store, and that's not true. I bet if I move that bracket to encapsulate that as well, and that should be the case wherever I'm performing these checks. Fuck. Right, let's go through. Check for anything like that. That's it, just those two. Okay, I think I can safely remove this now and not have any problems. Here we go. The moment of truth. Hell yeah. One more time. Okay, he's going to withdraw the fur. And he's going to supply the fur. Yes. Man, it was just a bracket in the wrong place. Okay. Okay, we got there in the end. So I think everything's good. About the sleeping. We want them to prioritize repairing tents over sleeping still. this is where the repair list would be useful. But I don't want to revert to using a repair list now after we've just merged it in with the build list. Well, they can still add tents that are on fire to their build trackers, but then I guess we just don't let them actually repair stuff or build. Well, it makes sense because tents can't be on fire until they've been built, and previously repairs were impossible. That was not a thing, so we never had to worry about whether the tents required building but could have been on fire because it was impossible. So it may be a good idea at this stage to update the build tracker to ignore tents that are on fire. Otherwise we might get some weird behavior. Well, that's true. The only one of these oh, it's this one. It's this one and this one, isn't it? Okay, I think that's good. So we're handling for fires now as well. And the last thing is, fortunately, I don't have a very efficient way of implementing this, but we want them to not sleep. We want them to prioritize repairs over sleeping. The sleep code is like universal. It's not, everybody sleeps, not just carpenters. So if I change the sleep code, then everybody's going to be performing these checks. Or at least everybody's going to be performing a check to see if they're a carpenter or not. But it's the only way that I can really do it, to be honest with you. Wait a minute, what? I have a repairing state? As opposed to a building state? Well, yes, because it has to affect HP, not the construction meter. Right. We want to disable sleep interrupt. In fact, I think we want to disable thirst, sleep, and hunger, so that they prioritize repairs above all three of those things. Yeah. Okay, well, they already prioritize gathering firewood and feeding the fire over sleeping, eating, and drinking. So how does that work? Maybe there is hope. Maybe we can replicate that. Actually, state firewood, 1838. State drink. Okay. So this is good. This is good. We can actually withdraw for the problem. No, remember what I was saying before about if I do this, they'll prioritize building over eating, sleeping, and drinking. And if they prioritize it over all three, they will actually just like starve to death whilst trying to build everything. So I can't do all three like that. We do just need to write specific handling, because we need to know if it's a repair. specifically. I'm wondering if instead of modifying the individual states, I can encapsulate the entire thing in a single check. I'm not sure. Probably, though. Probably can, because it's all going to be grouped together. Interesting. Depositing will be in there as well, but it's not a big deal. It's like everything from here. $28.50. $28.50 to $19.93. $28.51. So we can, because we don't want them to eat, drink, or sleep if something needs repairing. This is a little bit jank, I'll be honest with you, but it is a way of doing it. You know, everything's kind of cobbled together because this was never intended from the beginning. We're just like hacking an old pre-existing system to do something it was never intended to do, really. So it's pretty jank, but you can do like if you're not a carpenter, for one, or we gotta get some brackets. Then you have no build. Or Jesus. Is this just going to be like a lot? This might be a lot. That's the same. That's the same thing. It doesn't matter. Just not equal no one. So if you have no build target, or if you have a build target and its stage is less than 2, or wait a minute. Have a build target and the stage is greater than or equal to 2, but stage is greater than or equal to 2, and it requires fur, but somebody has been allocated to supply it with fur. Because the other scenario is that, well, it requires fur and nobody's been allocated, which means you could be allocated, or it doesn't require fur, which means it needs repairs, so you should be repairing it, basically. No, that's not strictly true, is it? Because it can be fully supplied, so there's more to this. So I need additional brackets there. Instance exists build and build stage less than 2, or build stage greater than or equal to 2, and build.fur less than build.required fur, and global responding carpenter store fur does not equal no one. But it must also not be you. Or am I getting this right? Am I overthinking it? Build for, because we just wouldn't want you to do any of this stuff if build.fur was greater than, but only if it was damaged still. So it would actually be build.hp less than or equal to 90. I think we do have to check the fur as well. So, instance exists build and build stage less than 2, or build stage greater than or equal to 2, and build fur less than required fur, and there is a responding carpenter, but it's not you, or build stage greater than or equal to 2, and build fur greater than or equal to required fur, and build.hp less than or equal to 90. Nope, because we want the opposite. Greater than 90, because this is when you can do these things. So you can do these things if it's repaired. Let me just look at the conditions for state repair. It's literally just if you have a build target and it's fully supplied with fur. Interesting. Fuck. How do I get back to where I was? state sleep. I'm a little bit concerned because they can't actually target builds that have between 91 and 100 HP. Can we change that? We could probably just say less than 100, right? I think we can do that. Yeah, we should be okay. Because we separated it now, so we can do that. Can we do the same with this one? No. Yes. Actually, no. Yes. Yes, we can. Yes. Okay. We can say less than 100. And it's fine because we're still performing the check as to whether it actually needs fur or not. Okay, and then this one. So we're two birds with one stone. We're also solving that other problem, which I can't remember why we were doing it that way before, but we don't need to do that anymore. We can just say less than 100, I believe. Brilliant. And back to state sleep. And then this one less than... Nope. This one greater than or equal to 100. Yeah, it's already correct. So if gift does not equal carpenter, or if gift equals carpenter and instance does not exist build, or instance exists build and build stage is less than 2, or build stage is greater than or equal to 2, and fur is less than required fur, and responding carpenter store fur is not no one, but it's also not you, or build stage greater than or equal to, and fur greater than or equal to required fur, and build HP equals 100. You wouldn't even be targeting it. You can't even target a build that has 100 HP. So why are we doing that? If no build exists, if the build does exist, but is less than stage 2, oh, okay. Yeah, this is fucked. Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. The repair state is a completely different thing from the build state. So we don't need to do this at all. Oh, okay. I think we can just... But how do we differentiate? No. We used to be able to differentiate because repairs were handled separately. Now we've lumped them in with builds. Huh. That could be a big problem. How is it even working right now? Oh. And state build. State build? Is that a thing? State... Oh, construct. It's called state construct. And we have like a bunch of different conditions. Actually, you're right. Okay, so we can totally do this with state prioritization, I believe. Let me just look through all of the different construction things. Yeah, we're going to be fine, aren't we? We're going to be fine. Oh, we're all going to make it. Okay. Thank God. Because I really don't like this. 2851 or something? 2851. $1994. $2002. Okay. So all we actually need to do is use state prioritization by moving the repair tense thing to be above all of that stuff that we don't want them to do if something needs repairing. Withdraw for... So you've got to withdraw in order to be able to repair. Basically, it just goes on the end here because it's lower priority than withdrawing because you got to be able to withdraw. That's not strictly true, actually. It's not true at all. Is it higher priority? I think it might be higher priority than withdrawing for, actually. Let me just go through them. We have supplying for in there as well. Okay. Top priority, from highest priority to lowest priority, feed the fire if carrying firewood, withdraw firewood, supply fur, gather firewood. Supplying fur at higher priority than gathering firewood? I mean, they can only ever be allocated to one or the other, so it actually doesn't matter in that case. Supply fur, gather firewood, withdraw fur. it really doesn't matter. I think that's why it's extra confusing, because there's no reason for it to go either in front or after these things, so it could go anywhere, which is just confusing, because then it's like, where do you put it? Good question. Where do we put it? Feed the fire. Withdraw firewood. Supply fur. So normally we prioritize like felling over constructing. Is that true? No. We'd probably prioritize constructing over felling. I'm not sure. Because if constructing can be done, then it should be done. State fell. The Ben bot. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate the raid there. How you doing? Hope you had a great stream. Tell me all about it. I am not familiar with your stream, your channel. Felling, deposit lumber. We got firewood downtime here. I think felling is the lowest priority of all. Withdraw, supply, constructing above. Okay, so that gives me something to go off of. So state, good lord, where was I just at? State, supply fur was in there, wasn't it, for example? As long as we get the right one. That's the hunter one. We want the carpenter one. Welcome on in, guys. I'm Flames. I'm developing a GodSIM game in GameMaker Studio 2. And we're just debugging the code today. As usual, as we do every day. When are we not debugging the code? Feed fire, withdraw firewood, supply. I'm going to put it there. I'm going to put it right there. Beautiful. That's it. So now they should prioritize repairing tents over eating, sleeping, and drinking, which is really important, because if your store gets destroyed, nobody's going to be eating or drinking. They'll still be sleeping. But basically we want them to prioritize repairing stuff over that stuff. But we don't want them to prioritize building over eating, sleeping, and drinking, because they might literally starve to death before they get everything built. So, but that's beautiful. I'm really glad that despite having merged the repairs list with the build list, I'm still able to use the state prioritization to get them to prioritize the states, as you do. So, you can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. Okay. So, as we can see, some of these tents require fur in order to repair. And yet... oh. I don't know what was going on there. It was deeply concerning. I'm just going to load this save again. So this is the guy who gets allocated to withdraw the fur from the store in order to perform the repairs. First, he deposits it right here. And then, they're performing repairs on the store. Store is now fully repaired. This guy is, I believe, now been allocated to get the fur for this tent, right? Those guys are just sheltering from the rain. This is now fully supplied, so those guys will join. Okay, they're all repairing this tent. Now we're going to need, somebody's going to be allocated to get the fur for the next one, and it's working. It's just going to keep kind of going along like this. But it'll be nighttime soon, and we want to see, do they continue performing repairs throughout the night? Because we don't want them to sleep when there are repairs that need to be done. That's the thing, right? Okay, night is upon us any second now. I help this guy by moving him closer and... Fuck. Okay, that broke everything. We can't do that apparently. Oh boy. Oh, that's not good. I'm guessing they get unallocated if I pick them up. Is that what it is? But he did get reallocated again. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. So he's at least withdrawing the fur and supplying the fur, and will presumably conduct the repairs. Let me enable some light here. Oh my god, why are you... You're supposed to be repairing. Gathering firewood? What are you talking about? Now he's conducting repairs. Okay, that's... okay. Okay. Just took him a minute. Okay, so they would... okay. I'm gonna load that save again, though. Right, so the problem now... and I remember going through this whole thing, and I was like, you know what? We're just gonna unallocate them if you pick them up. So they get assigned to these different tasks. And I was like, well, how are we gonna handle it? If you pick one of them up and hold on to them... then nobody else can perform these tasks, right? But we don't want to do that. Because then you can't, for example, like I wanted to pick him up and move him closer to the tent to save some time. And that just threw the whole thing off. And the other guys were already asleep, and there's nothing to tell those guys to wake up because something needs repairs. We probably need something like that, actually. We probably need... the carpenters to wake up if something needs repairing, actually. And that's tough. That's tough without a separate repairs list. It would be easy if we had a separate repairs list, but now that we've got everything on the build list, actually it's not so easy. Okay, it's nighttime now, but I believe they are still going to conduct repairs. Well, the problem is... wait, where are you going? Okay. So the thing is, the carpenters... there's nothing to wake the carpenters up. So this guy is going to supply this with fur. And he himself will probably indeed conduct repairs, but the other two carpenters who are already asleep will not wake up to assist him. That's what we want, so we need to wake up sleeping carpenters. When tents require repairs. I don't know how else to explain it right now. And then we've got don't unassign carpenter, assigned carpenters when picking them up. Right. Because that just deviates from what you would expect with all of the typical game rules. Like, if somebody's going somewhere, you can pick them up and move them over there to help them. Except in this one case with the carpenters, where it's extra confusing, because you pick them up to try and help them, and it just ruins the whole thing. Okay, well, we've identified what we need to do from here. I'm going to take a break and get something to eat, because I'm on my last legs here. I really got to refuel before I continue. But I'm hopeful that we can, you know, we'll get it done eventually. I'd like to get it done today. We'll see. The store is on fire. The store appears to be on fire. Is anybody... Okay, we got some water bearers here on the way. It's good to see that the tents can still set on fire. I made some changes recently where I reduced the chance of them catching fire. I'm not sure our 2 water bearers are going to be quick enough to get it extinguished before it burns to the ground. No, they will. They're going to be fine. I could have helped them with miracle water if I needed to, but I figured I would see if they could do it on their own. Right, so, yeah, we have a plan of action. We know what we're going to be doing after the break. Everything seems to be working for the most part. We just need to make these changes. And then I'll do a fresh play test for just a new game and test it all again from the beginning, from the start, from the top, if you will. Alright, thanks for joining me. I'll be back in just a little bit. Actually, I'll be back in like an hour because I'm going to go make something to eat and all that stuff. So, hopefully, see you when I get back. Thanks again. Peace out. Okay, I'm back. What do we do first? What do we do? That's not so easy. I'm almost tempted to switch back to a repairs list, to be honest with you. Because we can more easily use that to wake up the carpenters when something needs repairing, because we can make a similar interrupt script like we have done previously, but it's an interrupt script that we only run in the sleeping state for the carpenters, to interrupt their sleep. Because unless we do that, there's a bunch of additional checks involved and it's just not going to be very efficient. So I think we do need to convert the build targeting code back to using a repair list. So how is that going to happen? Well, it's a good question. This can be put back to equals 1. And we can remove the on fire check, that's true. Because tents that aren't fully constructed cannot be set on fire. And then fully supplied frames. Okay, we're no longer going to need to do this whole damaged tents thing. We don't need to differentiate anymore. They'll just be on a separate list. It's a good example of why you never delete code, because I was gonna delete all of the repair lists stuff, and here we are using it once again. My god, I am radiating with the heat of 10,000 suns right now. Okay. So we're basically going to... I did actually delete that bit. I guess it's still going to be... It can still be built into this same thing like it was before. And then we'll do not build size, but repair size. And we're going to loop through the repair. Nope. The repair list like that. And we don't need to check the HP. I don't think we even need to check the stage or the amount of fur that it requires even. Or do we? Or do we? Because we only want one carpenter to be allocated to supply tents that require repairs with fur, whilst we want the other carpenters to still continue doing what they're doing. So it's going to require a little bit of rejigging. Because it's going to be like yeah, I'm pretty sure we can safely remove that from there, and then not even sure what this says right now, but and then we're gonna put that here, but shift the bracket up to include this one, I think. And then so it's I mean, if it's fully supplied, we just want you to target it, regardless of everything. Or, if it is not fully supplied, then we only want you to target it if no carpenter has been assigned to supply it with fur, and you are not the carpenter who has been assigned to. We need extra brackets there because I moved that one. I don't think this is even, I don't think this instance exists check is even necessary. I don't know why I'm doing that. There we go. Remove the other one as well. Yeah, why am I even doing that? Okay. So, first thing we do is loop through the repairs list and if would be smart to store this in a variable. I should really do that. Let me do that for all these. Because we can, that way we can only, we only need to look it up once instead of repeatedly looking up the thing on the list, which is definitely slower than just doing it once and storing it somewhere. Well, I don't even need to do that. And then for these other ones, current build. Well, you could call it build check or repair check or something like that, I guess. Oh, geez. For loop inside the for loop here. That's doing a bunch of unnecessary stuff. Right. We only need to do this once, not every time we loop through this. Okay. Okay. Back to repairs. Okay, so I do believe that check is actually redundant, right? And we no longer need to worry about this, because this has nothing to do with damaged tents anymore. Oh. We loop through the repairs list. Check it's not on fire. And it either requires fur. Wait, I think I fucked this up. No, it's either fully supplied or it requires fur and nobody's been allocated to supply it with fur, or you've been allocated to supply it with fur, and you don't have any lumber in your inventory. Whoa. So we just got to get them on the repairs list now. And then, why are we doing this again? Oh, we're going to make an interrupt script. Okay. Wait, what? Whoops. Don't do that. Okay. I'm guessing everything works now. Maybe. Yep. Looks good. What about the other carpenters? I guess there's nothing. There was nothing to. That's the thing. If they're already like sheltering, actually sheltering might not be an issue. Yeah, no, sheltering. They'll stop sheltering to repair things that have been fully supplied. Because sheltering is essentially just the same as being idle, but sleeping is different. Sleeping is where we actually need to make an interrupt script. It's like, we'll no longer let them go to sleep if something needs repairing. But if they're already asleep, nothing will wake them up if something needs repairing. But now that's as simple as if the global repairs list is not empty. Boom. Hey presto. Get out of bed. But we do need to make sure that we clean up the tents off of the repair list if they are destroyed. Oh my god, my foot. Ah, the pain. And that's why I left those there. For this exact eventuality or possibility. Okay, so let me just have a look at the human's sleeping state. See what's going on in there. Indeed, we are running several interrupt scripts in there. If we want to keep everything like if we want to keep it consistent, if we want to do this the same way that we normally do this kind of thing, then we want to make a new interrupt script specifically for the carpenters in this case, and it would be like repair interrupt. And we could base that off of probably fire interrupt. Where is that? Yeah. Fire interrupt is probably the most similar. And we would just say if gift equals carpenter and DS list not empty repair, if state asleep, warming, cooling, oh yeah, because sheltering, like I was saying, sheltering is like being in the idle state, and blah 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 blah. There's absolutely no reason to have the age less than 7 thing in here because children can't be carpenters. That applies for several of these scripts, so that would be a small optimization to remove the unnecessary stuff there, and then this is it. Basically, all it does is, removes them. What does it do? Good question. Target.x plus width. Target.y? Oh yeah, no, true. Yeah, no, I get it. So it just, it just removes them from the tent. I knew it was working, but I was like, how does that work again? But it's because the tents, they're like diamond shaped, right? And those cells in the bottom left corner are free. And that's where the entrance is. I was imagining it as a rectangle, but it's not. Okay, so, we need to rename this. It's as simple as that, basically. And then the only place that we would actually use this, I believe, well, well, it just depends. It depends where we run the function more than anything. Excuse me. And we're basically just going to run it in the sleeping state, aren't we? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, you sort of have to do that because it's a universal thing. They can all sleep, so we're constantly checking, like, are you a carpenter? No. Okay. And that's it. So now, if the global repair list is not empty, the carpenters will wake up. Simple as that. Okay. I guess we just gotta see if we can test this out. Yeah. Yeah. When repairing the tents, they will still stand at the entrance. Not really sure what to do about that, but it's not too bad, I suppose. Okay, so it will be nighttime soon. Just want to try and keep an eye out for sleeping carpenters, I suppose. Looks like... we also... Okay, it works. It does work, but we also need to run it in the sleep state as well. Because that's the state when they're traveling to the tent to go to sleep. And that was not interrupted. They waited until they got all the way to the tent and then they were interrupted. Okay. I've got to wonder why. Okay, we have a pretty serious issue here. Why are they even attempting to sleep? When this tent requires repairs. There's clearly fur in the store. Okay. I think the build targeting, because they didn't have a build target, did they?
I think it might not be as simple as that. Right. Might not be as simple as just interrupting them when the repairs list is not empty, because, well, there are times when we don't want to interrupt them. We only want to interrupt the one of them who should be allocated to withdrawing the fur from the store. And clearly it's working right there. But weirdly, I sort of wonder if... but we know that they do prioritize feeding the fire over sleeping. But I noticed there they did seem to let the fire go out, didn't they? I mean, it could explain if one of them was allocated to feed the fire, that would explain why. But then wouldn't one of the other ones just be... It's basically the problem right now, initially, there's a couple of problems, but initially seems to be that, well, it's that they're unavailable, really, isn't it? Why are they unavailable? Perhaps... Nope. Okay. It's really very simple. They just get added to the available carpenters list if they're not doing any one of these 3-4 things. I think we might need to have a look at the SC carpenter allocations. If state is not idle, wander, sheltering, firewood downtime. That should be idle, wander, sleep, asleep, sheltering, firewood downtime. There we go. So now they will still be classed as available when asleep or going to sleep. There we go. But then the other issue is that we don't just want to interrupt the carpenters when it's basically the same. I mean, if it's the same as the other one, then we can actually just check if build is on that list. That's cool. That's a really nice way of doing it. We just have to, in the repair interrupt script, instead of saying ds list not empty global, we actually say ds list find index global dot repair build dot id does not equal -1. So if their build target is on the repair list, because we already do all the checks to determine whether we should target the thing or add it to the build tracker in the first place. So if there's a match, if it's on the list, then we know we should be doing this. I believe that should be okay. Does this have any other consequences? Kind of. I mean, not really. It would allow, for example, them to be tracked as either the nearest available carpenter to the campfire or the store whilst they're asleep, basically. But whether like we actually act upon that, that's up to us. For example, we could implement something that causes a carpenter to wake up in the night and put fuel on the fire if it's going to go out. We got an error. Oh, yeah, because we also run this code on non-carpenters who don't have a build tracker, so we gotta... I mean, even on the carpenters, if there's nothing assigned to that variable, then it's not going to be able to reference the .id, or just reference it at all, I suppose. So we could, now that we've done this, it would be very easy for us to add a behavior where the carpenters will wake up in the night to put fuel on the fire if it's going out, if we wanted them to do that. Keep the fire going throughout the night, which would sort of make sense. I don't think we'd probably only want them to do that if there's firewood in the store, though. I don't think we'd want them, like, going out looking for firewood in the middle of the night. That's another thing which we haven't delved into yet, is, like, their perception could be worse when it's dark. We haven't really played with that, but the stuff is there. We could, you know, modify their wisdom score when it's darker, or apply a penalty. Well, rather than modifying the score, we'd probably want to apply a penalty to wisdom checks or perception checks based on the ambient light level. But it does get very difficult when you want to factor in, like, how close they are to the nearest light source and stuff. It can get quite complicated. But it's all possible, right? I'm going to say now it's probably something I'll never do, because it's a very kind of minor detail that really doesn't affect gameplay very much. So we'll see now that the carpenters are going to sleep. However, one of them has been assigned to supply this damaged tent with fur. And when they do so, the other two carpenters will wake up and repair that tent. They'll wake up. Wake up. Oh my god. Well, shit. Right, because, you know why this is? Because they only update their repair build tracker, sorry, they only update their build tracker when they're in the idle state. That's right. God damn it. So because they're asleep, their build tracker doesn't get updated. It is true that rather than doing that, rather than updating their build tracker every time they return to idle, we'd ideally, there's no way I'm doing this, but ideally you'd only want to update it whenever there was a change to the things that can be built, like a new foundation is placed down, or something goes from stage 0 to stage 1, or something gets added to the repairs list, or a construction is completed, or a thing is fully repaired. That's the most efficient way, because you're only updating it when necessary, when something has actually changed, so you can avoid all redundant checks. But it would be insane to do that. But what we need to do is essentially, I think what I might do is like make an update build tracker function that stores all of that build tracker update code inside of it. And then we could actually run that function wherever we want. So we could also run that function inside of the sleeping state as well, so that they're keeping their build tracker up to date whilst they're asleep also. Or we can run the build tracker when the tent gets fully supplied with fur. We'd want to run it on a tick as well. Okay. Be a bit cleaner if this was in a function as well. I think that's just what I'm gonna do. Okay. So, this will be a new type of tracker update. Tracker build update. Not that one. Tracker build update. Controller with controller. And we're just going to transfer all of that code in here. Not that code, this code. Just want to check. Yep. All the way down to there. So we have that in a function now, and so we run that function here, and then also we run that function inside of those two states. State, and make sure we put it on a tick. State. I mean, we don't have to put it on a tick, but we should probably put it on a tick. Sleep. And it's got to go before repair interrupt. I'll just put it at the top here. Build tracker update. Sorry, tracker build update. And state sleep. Tracker build update. So we're still updating those trackers even outside of the idle state. Well, when we're in these states. And that way, that we'll be able to perform that check on the interrupt script. Not that one. Repair interrupt, where we check to see if build is on the global repair list. Okay, nighttime is almost upon us. Let's see what happens here. A couple of the carpenters should sort of head to bed, whilst one of them will be withdrawing the fur for these repairs. Yeah, these guys are looking for a place to sleep. Okay, they're asleep. And this guy's doing the thing. And then those guys wake up as soon as that is pretty much instantaneous that time. It is run on a... No, it's not run on a tick. That's why it was instantaneous. Remember how I said it should be run on a tick? So, there we go. The weird part now being that they are not going back to sleep. Why is that? Because it's full. There's no room at the inn. Cool. Okay, well, I think we have cracked it. I think we have, at least for now, until I think of something else, the perfect carpenter behavior for every eventuality, every possible scenario. We have them behaving as we would want them to. Awesome. We can disable all these lines and debug messages. And now we can finally play the game. Alright. Okay then. Jeez. I feel like I should actually write some of this stuff down. Carpenters... Wait a minute, no, there's one more thing, isn't there? We've got to make it so that they don't get unassigned, unallocated when you pick them up. Carpenters prioritize repairs over building. Pretty simple when you put it like that. It took about 3 days to get it working, though. That's basically it, isn't it? Okay, so we wake up the sleeping carpenters now to perform repairs. Don't unassign assigned carpenters when picked up. Don't unassign assigned carpenters when picked up. Held, technically, is the term. When held. Okay. Nearest available. Nearest available. It is true that they should be removed from the nearest available trackers when you pick them up. We don't want them to be classed as the nearest available. In fact, they just shouldn't be classed as available when you pick them up. So when you pick up a carpenter, we remove them from nearest available, we remove them from available, remove them from nearest available. It's these ones we don't want to do. We only want to do this if you, like, drop them in the ocean. That would be it, basically. Even then, we could just, we could just leave them, and then you could save them, and they would still perform whatever task they were assigned to do. Or if they were to drown, if they died, then they would be cleared, and then somebody else could perform that task instead. But it's still kind of confusing as to, like, why would they stop doing what they were doing? Why don't they continue doing what they were doing before, after we've, like, saved them from drowning in the ocean or whatever? Even though it was us that drowned them in the ocean in the first place. Because there's no other way that they can drown in the ocean right now. But basically, if we just, without even worrying about doing it, so if we just remove this, then it just kind of works. So somebody could be, this guy here he's going to be allocated to withdraw the fur from the store, but I can pick him up and move him around. None of the other carpenters are going to withdraw the fur from the store, and then if I put this guy back down again, he will withdraw the fur from the store, because he's still assigned to perform that task. If one of the carpenters was assigned to, like, feed the fire or something, this guy here, I don't know why he's gathering firewood when there's clearly firewood in the store. That's a good question. We may have found a bug. There's clearly firewood in the store, but if I pick him up now and then put him back down, he will continue doing what he was doing. So why did he gather firewood instead of... let's add that to the known bugs list. Carpenter's not repairing 10, blah blah blah. Yeah, we do need to look into that as well. Carpenter's gathering firewood when there is firewood available in the store. Why are they doing that? State withdraw firewood. That is 1562. State firewood. That is 1720. So withdrawing firewood is clearly higher priority than gathering firewood. You must not have any fur in your inventory. Your inventory can't be full. Campfire needs fuel. Less than or equal to? Did I mess something up? Nope. I suppose because you have to be the nearest available carpenter to the store, and that tracker can just be a bit slow to update. That's a problem. This is the problem with not like instantly updating that tracker, and we're trying for performance reasons. We're doing it a bit more slowly, but it causes issues like this, where when they perform this check, that tracker hasn't been updated yet, so there is no nearest carpenter to the store or whatever, and so they just default to gathering the firewood instead. There's a couple of things we could do. We could add a check to see how much firewood is in the store to this one. What the hell is all this? Seems like we are already doing that, so obviously that's not enough. Well, how the How is he even doing this then, if they can only do this when there is no firewood in the store? Did I miss one somewhere or something? I still don't know why I'm doing these instance exists checks. I'm pretty sure it's completely redundant. If you're the nearest available comes to the campfire and nobody's been assigned, or if excuse me, you're the responding carpenter campfire. Instances build. What the hell is all this? Not empty. Build stage 0. What? What does the build have to do with gathering firewood? Well, this first one, doesn't have a firewood check. Neither does this one. This needs refactoring. Big time. This is terrible. I don't understand why the build even matters when it comes to gathering firewood. Why would we care about the build at all? I don't think we do. I don't think this has been properly refactored. Clearly I've attempted to refactor this at some point, but I've failed abysmally.
What in God's name is this? What has the build got to? I don't understand why we even need to check anything to do with the build when gathering firewood. That should be handled just by sheer state prioritization. No, I mean for the downtime one, yes, because it's literally the lowest priority task that they have, so it comes after everything else. But the regular firewood one, that's actually quite high priority. Feed fire, withdraw firewood, repairing tents, supplying fur, and withdrawing fur. Oh, well, no. That one's a lower priority. I kind of feel like this should be the lowest priority thing out of this. Like, no, not really. I mean, if feeding the fire is higher priority than repairs, is it? I suppose this is the question now. Not really. I think really, all of the fire stuff should be lower priority than repairs. And I think my hand has been forced, and I basically am just forced to refactor this now. I've obviously ignored it for as long as I can. Before I remove it, I'd like to understand why. It's probably just because it's such ancient code that it's from back before I understood like how to do state prioritization using the order of operations, where just stuff that's higher up the list is higher priority. And so I was having to like look at the build and it's just, good lord. Okay. When really, I don't think any of this shit matters. Because we know we prioritize repairs over feeding the fire now. We've decided that.
It doesn't seem right. I mean, I get it. I get it. Like, we want to repair the tents because if the store gets destroyed, then nobody's eating. But it doesn't feel right. It feels like they should feed the fire as the top priority, like they should just try and keep that fire going. That's what it feels like. I think I just should go with my gut. It's usually the way to go. So... the feed fire stuff, all the fire stuff comes first, followed by repairs, and we need to refactor the firewood gathering stuff, because look at it. Honestly, I think I could probably just delete all of this and rewrite it. It's like, and not instance exists object store. No, we do need brackets. Or instance exists object store. And we need more brackets, I think. And store dot, nope, object store dot stage less than 2, or object store dot stage greater than or equal to 2, and more brackets. I think object store dot firewood less than or equal to 0, or object store dot on fire equals true. Am I already checking that somewhere, or no? Let's draw firewood. Got it there. So if the store doesn't exist, or the store exists but hasn't been built yet, or the store exists and has been built but contains no firewood. What's going on with these brackets? The fuck? The store doesn't exist, or the store exists and has not been built, or the store exists and has been built and contains no firewood, or the store exists and has been built and is on fire. Then you can gather firewood. Hey, Off-Grid Games, welcome back.
No. Yes and no. We've done. If I had to sum it up, let me read the patch note. Patch note says, where is it? Carpenters prioritize repairs over building. That took about 3 days. And it can be summed up in a few words. But it turns out the actual implementation is incredibly complicated. As it always is. No, we've done a lot of good stuff actually. It's just like a lot of sort of behavioral tweaks to the AI to really get them like locked in. Yeah, no, we've gotten a lot done really. A lot of good stuff. And a lot of optimization along the way and stuff as well. So I think that's all we actually need to do here, and I can refactor the other one as well, because that one's a nightmare too. State firewood downtime. But this one, it's also a disaster. Why do we care about the humidity? Because we want them to, I might not touch this actually. We want them to shelter from the rain instead of gathering firewood if it's raining, because this is just an optional downtime activity. I might not bother refactoring this one, to be honest with you. Don't even really understand it at first glance. I might just leave this one for now. At least we got the other one pretty clean. Because just state prioritization alone should be enough, right? No? Well, yeah, I mean, because only the allocated one is going to do this. True. So pretty much this line here, because before, when the nearest available carpenter to the campfire tracker was like instantly updated every step, we never had any problem. But because now it takes a few steps to scan through all the carpenters and then it gives us the result, it could be left blank essentially. And so that allows them to slip through where, you know, there is nobody on that. I mean, if I removed, because I keep saying about how this instance exists check is actually redundant. If I removed that, would it make a difference? No, probably not. Let me just think. It is redundant. I know that much. What the? Okay. Instance exists, nearest campfire equals ID, and nobody's responding, or you're the responding carpenter, right? These instance exist checks can just be removed. Okay. So basically, our fallback option here, our fail-safe, is that if the nearest available carpenter to campfire tracker hasn't updated yet, we just, well, actually it's, no, it is this one. We just don't let them perform this action if there is firewood in the store. And that will just buy us the time to get that tracker to update, and then when they come through here again, they'll hit this and be like, oh hey, there's firewood in the store, and either nobody's been allocated, well, it would be that one, it would be nobody's been allocated to get it, and I'm the nearest available carpenter, or I'm the one who's been allocated to get it. And then this is the one that's like,
feed the fire if you have the firewood in your inventory. I believe that solves the problem. Yeah, it's just because I created a lot of bugs by doing these optimizations recently. And it just, I guess, in a way, I'm still dealing with the fallout of that. It's worth it for the optimization, but I did, oh my god. I did create a lot of bugs in the process. I never thought about that. You can fit more than 5 humans in the store. And so if it catches on fire, they all catch on fire at the same time. Ah! So... need to keep an eye on these guys. I forgot to disable that one line. Oh my god. It's like, it's so weird. Because it seems like such a simple game, but under the hood it's fucking insane. Well, that's promising. He did withdraw firewood from the store that time, I think. I wasn't quite able to see what was going on, but it's really nice to be getting to the point where we almost have like the core game finished, like the base game, if you will, not in the sense that we're going to release expansion packs, but in the sense that like we have this solid foundation of all of like the most integral parts working, and then we can add content on top of it that is like more sort of it's like it's less essential, it's more flavor, you know. We can start spicing it up with things because we've gotten like the core down pretty much. Yeah, he went and he withdrew. I mean, this will require more testing to be sure that it's definitely working, but it seems good. Nobody's been gathering any firewood as long as they've had some available in the store there. And so we did another thing. We basically, well, no, exactly like I said, we made it so the carpenters will prioritize repairing over building, but they will also prioritize repairing over sleeping, eating, and drinking, because if the store goes down, you lose everything in it. So I figured, like, because the player doesn't have the ability to command them directly and tell them what to repair, that could be really frustrating if, like, oh, my carpenters are going to bed when the store is about to collapse, you know, I'm going to lose everything. And they have no control over that. That would be really frustrating. So we need, like, that's why it's very important that they behave as you would want them to. They behave... They automatically make the optimal decision in any scenario, because the player doesn't have any control over it, so that would be really annoying if they didn't. It is weird that they have to go to the door. They go to the entrance of the tent to conduct the repairs and to supply them with fur for repair. And that's just because of the way the pathfinding works. Things have a flag called has entrance that is either true or false, and when the tents are fully constructed like that, they have an entrance, so that's true, and so they always path to the entrance, even though it's not necessary. I suppose you could just set it to false, perform the pathing, and then set it back to true. Under those conditions, just like when supplying or repairing them, and there would be no issue with that. It's just kind of messy, but it would work. Oh, I got an error. What is it? State conditions, line 1639. What? Dot state. I put state instead of stage? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Okay, that's a sign that we're getting towards the end of the stream here today for sure. I need to wrap it up. But we can at least, I think we can at least playtest everything because we're pretty much there. There's still some bugs with the bear cubs, or a bug with the bear cubs, which we didn't get to because of how long all of that stuff took. But, and we don't unassign carpenters when held anymore. So that certain carpenters get allocated to these different tasks, like withdrawing fur or firewood from the store or lumber, and it's like one carpenter is allocated to do that so that the other carpenters can keep doing other stuff at the same time. And if you picked them up when they were allocated to do one of those things, they would get, you know, unassigned from that task, and it would just like, you know, go back to the beginning. Not necessarily. Or is there a reason for that? Is there some... I'm just thinking, well, no, because it would be harder to handle for everything if we did unassign them, surely. But I think it was still okay even then, because I did choose to do it after all. But we don't do that anymore because it's like inconsistent. It doesn't feel right. It's annoying. It doesn't make sense as to what's going on from the player's perspective. Like, you know, this carpenter is repairing this tent, so he's just gone to the store to get some fur out, and then he's heading over to that tent. So you pick him up and carry him over there to try and help him, but then he actually got unassigned from that task and then wanders off. And you're like, where are you going? You know, I thought you were trying to repair this tent, and then someone else takes over that task, and it's just inconsistent because generally, like, you're encouraged to do that. It should work, and it does in every other scenario. So it was like it sort of deviated from the standard game rules of, like, if somebody's traveling to a place to do a thing, you can pick them up and carry them there to speed things up. But in this one particular case, or these like 4 particular cases, just with the carpenters, it would behave differently from how you would expect it to behave, which is just not good. So we dealt with that as well. And like I say, they will not sleep, eat, or drink if there are repairs that need conducting. Loosely speaking, there's a bit more nuance to it than that. And also we made it so that they will wake up as well because you know that they would only be making those decisions if they were sort of in the idle state. A few other states as well, but primarily the idle state. Plus, they would only ever update their build tracker, which also includes repairs, when they're sort of idle, and so when they were asleep, they would be unaware if they just wouldn't update their build tracker, nor was there anything to actually wake them up. So we now update their build tracker whilst they're sleeping or traveling to a tent to go to sleep, and we wake them up. Sorry, spaced out for a second there. Okay, so and then there's one behavioral change we want to make to bear cubs, and there's a bug with the... Okay, I think we just fixed that one. I hope I could put it on tentative, I suppose. Just keep an eye on it. There is a bug with the hunters as well. Oh, and the rabbits. We've got 3 different bugs. The bear cubs are getting stuck sometimes. The wolves are hunting rabbits in packs larger than 2. Or hunting parties larger than 2, but a rabbit can actually only feed 2 wolves, I believe. So I think it's kind of messed up. I think maybe because previously the wolves wouldn't leave the hunting party until they actually ate something, so the remaining wolves that didn't get to eat anything would have just continued hunting. But I think we may have changed that at some point. So we probably want to prevent wolves from hunting rabbits if they're in a hunting party of more than 2 wolves, larger than two wolves, to avoid that issue. But then again, well, no, that's fine. Or we can make it so that somehow rabbits just can magically feed like 8 wolves, but that doesn't really make any sense. I forget why, but I think the system depends on the wolves leaving the hunting party, like, as soon as they kill something or whatever. I don't know, I'd have to do a refresher on that. But then we also had a problem with the hunters attempting to harvest animals they didn't actually kill. And I think that happens when a hunter, like, tags an animal and wounds it, but it runs away. But then it gets killed by something else, and it's still technically, like, tagged by the hunter, so it gets added to the harvest list. I don't think the tags are getting, like, overridden or cleared if it's killed by something other than a human. Do we use a last hit system now, or well, it's possible that yeah. So it's last hit right now, right? Whenever they hit something, they set its owner to themselves, but we probably don't do that in the attacking state because it's not the hunting state and has nothing to do with consuming that creature, but it just prevents the owner from being overridden if the bear is attacked by wolves, for example, which is what happened. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Last hit is a pretty good way of doing it because you know you've always got it covered if it's just based on the last hit. I mean, it's not actually based on the last hit. It's not like we're doing some check to see if, like, we just update it whenever they deal damage to it. But yeah, if we just pretty much add that here, boom, done. The only issue with this being if they attack something that doesn't have an owner variable, but I think that all the animals do. We could double check, but I'm pretty sure they do. The fox maybe doesn't. Let's just have a look. Owner, yeah, it does. I think I just played it safe and like made sure they all have that. No, I want to be in there. State attack. There's never a problem with the foxes because the foxes will never kill anything that the humans would ever attempt to harvest. But there will probably be other animals that are based on the fox code in future, and just because it's going to get reused, I don't want to future-proof everything as much as possible. Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare. I mean, I've always been prepared for it, but just because of the sort of the jank way that I've made all of the creatures, it's going to be pretty jank, like when we add new creatures to the game, but I'm embracing the jank because I don't think it would be worth the time in completely rewriting the creatures from the ground up. Especially because the humans would technically be part of that, but in future projects, you know, I really tried to look into it. You know, I wanted to use inheritance, but GameMaker's inheritance sucks, but then I realized there is a way to do it, but it's using constructors and structs and stuff. And like you inject some sort of config on create in some sort of optional argument when you create the instances, and so you can essentially have like one universal creature type that then gets set to like you have like a subclass, like a species, and so there would just be like one sort of creature controller or something, and then that would either be a human, a bear, a fox, or a wolf, or a deer, or a rabbit, and it would get all of its stuff set, and all of the code would be like universal and inherited across the board and everything, and it would be really nice. But that's gonna have to wait for a future project, I think, because I'm in too deep now. I don't think it would be worth the time of rewriting everything at this stage, unfortunately, even though it would be much better as far as I understand. I'm still, I've never done it, so I'm still not totally clear on. I've got to watch the iceberg videos again and stuff if I ever want to do it and really wrap my head around it, but anyway, yeah, we're not doing it for this project, unfortunately. No, we don't have to worry about these guys because they don't attack anything. So that's that. So that's that bug fixed. Hunters attempting to harvest animals. That. I suppose one downside with this is that you can get kill stolen. Like, the humans could be hunting something. Well, not really. It would be fighting. Like, it would never happen when hunting, right? Or does it? No, it actually does. You could get kill stolen. Whoever gets the last hit gets to harvest the creature, basically. So you could be hunting something and then, like, some wolf just tags it and and steals it from you. It's possible. I've never seen it happen. But it is technically possible, I think. Hunters attempting to harvest animals they previously tagged, but which were killed by another animal. I think that kind of explains it, right? Can move that onto the list of bug fixes, which is like 3 pages long at this point because I haven't put patch notes out in literally 2 years or something. Maybe not quite that long. Actually, no, yeah, probably like a year. I haven't even been writing a lot of them down. I just gave up on documentation at some point. So what is going on with the wolves exactly? That's what I'm wondering. Okay. What was the bug again? Oh, the hunting hunting rabbits when no nearest prey. Yeah, I'm just allowing them to. So when do they leave the hunting party? It's not global, it's like pack dot hunting party DS list delete when they go to sleep. Oh really? So maybe they're hunt. Yeah. Or what is this? Harvesting. Ah. Well, that should actually leave the rest of them in the party then. So the problem might be to do with the waypoint spawning. Maybe I'm not handling correctly to get the group waypoints to continue spawning. And let's just have a look at the rabbit's death code. Because at one stage... Oh, it looks like I do... Well, that's for the bears. What about foxes? Wolf. Kill ID. Well, I'm just not... I'm just not doing it. See, it's commented out. It's right there. Food equals DS list size owner.pack.hunting party. That would just make a rabbit provide enough food for however many wolves are in the hunting party. Which doesn't make sense, because a single rabbit wouldn't be able to feed like 8 wolves. It would struggle to feed 2 wolves. So for realism, and consistency as well, because when a human hunter hunts a rabbit, it only provides 2 meat, only enough for 2 meals anyway. So for those reasons, we don't really want to do this. So we kind of need to. So I want to check what food is set to by default. So whatever that is. I think it's an attribute, even though it's clearly not an attribute. Or is it an attribute? What does attribute mean? 2 is 2, as we would expect. Okay, so... See, the bear doesn't actually have any awareness of when its cubs are hungry. Which is why we cheat it in that scenario. But we wouldn't have to cheat it if we gave the bear some awareness of when its hubs were hungry, indeed. And then it could just feed its hubs when they're hungry. It could just keep hunting until its cubs are no longer hungry. The hell does OPHP size mean? OPHP, what? Owner something hunting party? Owner pack hunting party, alright. The fuck? Arrived wolves. Arrived wolves. Arrived wolves. It can only spawn waypoints if arrived wolves greater than or equal to the party. So if all of the wolves have arrived and hunting party is not empty and none of the wolves are engaged in combat. So I think simply adding the wolves to the arrived wolves list when we remove them here would work. The arrived wolves list gets cleared here again as soon as we've created a new waypoint, so there's no issue there. What is this all about? The problem being that it fucks with their states. Why? Why does it do that? Because they're stuck in idle until we do that. Well, we could just put some sort of a because what state are they? They're in the hunting state, right? We could just put if state equals hunting, do this. State, it's called state hunt. And that way we don't mess with any of the ones that are not. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't realize quite how much stuff was waiting for me. Like, I was just, you know, plowing ahead, just adding stuff to the game and adding stuff to the game and adding more stuff to the game. And I kind of knew, like, oh, there'll be a few little things that I need to go back and take care of when I finally kind of did, like, do a code review or like look back at all the existing content just to make sure it's all kind of fully functional and everything. But actually it's been a lot of stuff. I feel like I've been doing this for weeks now. But it is really good. It's pretty much all started for like when I kind of started looking into the optimization, because obviously that gives you an opportunity to look back at all of your existing code, which is just something I didn't do a whole lot. But yeah, it's been really good to have this chance to like go back and, because I remember I used to try and do that quite a lot. Like, it's like, okay, I've got this new feature implemented. Let me make sure that all of my existing content is perfect and bug free and stable and everything before I move on to adding some new thing to the game. And then I think I got more and more like kind of lazy or just like lax about it, and just being like, no, I'm just going to keep adding new stuff. and stuff, it started slipping through the cracks, and I wasn't really making sure that all of the existing stuff was solid before adding new stuff on top of it. And then eventually we got to this point where it's like, now I'm having to go back and fix a ton of stuff and update a bunch of stuff. But it's really nice to be doing it, because at the end of this process, we'll know that we have like this really solid foundation, this really solid build, on top of which we can freely add new content, and we can feel good about that, and confident that there isn't like a bunch of jank lurking in there somewhere. So am I spelling that wrong or something? No? I was just wondering, when does the old waypoint get cleaned up? When they've all arrived, or they're all engaged? But engaged specifically means combat. No. I'm just. I'm just concerned that the old waypoint isn't actually going to get cleaned up if we do this. Engage. Oh, it does. It does class as being engaged. Oh, really? Well, if they're all engaged at this stage, and there's no distance check on it. It's just whoever's in the party by the looks of it. So they are all okay. So that doesn't explain it. Actually, I don't really know what was going on then. Yeah, I don't really know what was happening. So it'd be hunting, then it would all pounce, and let's see. Engaged wolves must be empty. Ah, I see. So yes, no, it's right. That the new waypoint never got spawned. The old waypoint was cleaned up. The new waypoint never got spawned. That's why they kind of freaked out. We need to get the new waypoint to spawn. That's the thing. I mean, Maybe just not despawning the existing waypoint is enough, actually. Because then the remaining wolves in the party could just carry on as they were before, and then everything would just work as normal. Okay, nope. Let's have a look at this then. Actually adding them to both at this stage. Isn't that kind of crazy? So if we didn't do that, right, they'd be, okay, so they form a hunting party, group waypoints get spawned, they spawn all their individual waypoints, they start traveling over there. One of them spots something and starts stalking, sneaking up on it, and then pounces, and then they all pounce. So let's just check the stalk. Oh my god, it's in the stalk thing as well. So it happens right from stalking. As soon as one of them spots their prey and starts stalking it, they all get added to both arrived and engaged wolves, which would cause the waypoint to be, the existing waypoint to be destroyed. Because we're just kind of, I guess we were just assuming that if they found something and killed it, then again, what if it escaped? What are they going to do if it escaped? Yeah, that's a good point. So, arrived, greater than, not empty, and empty engaged wolves. Well, wait a minute. But engaged wolves is not empty because we're also adding them all to that. Well, that would prevent us from spawning the new waypoint. But this is this or this or this. So, also, what are we like, missing some brackets here? Pretty much. Unless it's meant to be like that. Yeah, I think it is. It is supposed to be like that. So, if they've all arrived, or if they're all engaged, which actually both of those things are true the minute they start stalking something, we destroy the existing waypoint. And no new waypoint can be spawned. Why not? Because the engaged wolves list is not empty. Even though they've all arrived, the engaged wolves is not, the list is not empty. If we were to just delete those, okay, so now they never get added back to either of those things. Do they get added to engage? No, it's nothing to do with combat. It's confusing because engaged sounds like, oh, engaged in combat, but it has nothing to do with combat. I don't even know like how the combat stuff works. If they enter combat during, like, whilst they're in a hunting party. I don't think anything happens really, unless we'd need to look like back at the start of the idle state. Engage, that actually deletes them from engaged wolves. Okay. So I've got to just run through it in my head now. So I think to form a hunting party, spawn the waypoint, spawn their individual waypoints, start hunting, spot their prey, start stalking, at which point nothing happens. They're stalking, they pounce, they kill their prey, all of the wolves eat the prey, or as many wolves as can eat. Say it was a rabbit like before, a group of 8, 2 wolves get to eat that rabbit, 6 wolves remain in the hunting party, those 2 leave the party and start heading back to the den. We still have 6 remaining wolves. The previous hunting waypoint was not cleared up, so they will return back into the hunting state and continue towards that waypoint. What about their waypoints? Well, presumably they as usual just get cleaned up when they return to idle. That's true. Yeah, that's fine. They return to idle, they clean up their existing waypoints, they spawn new waypoints based on the location of the group waypoint, they re-enter the hunting state and now resume hunting as a group of 6. And it just carries on as usual, I think. Once they've all arrived at the new waypoint, then the existing waypoint gets destroyed and blah, 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 blah. Right? The one thing we didn't look at would be the state hunt. Not in this event. Right, because when they reach path position 1, which means they've reached the waypoint, they get added to the arrived wolves list. Once they've all arrived, that's where we spawn the new waypoint. Only if the old waypoint has already been destroyed. It's kind of weird. It makes you think maybe we should do this the opposite way around. Oh, cleaning up the waypoints first. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that just works. I'm definitely skeptical. I'm dubious because, like, I'm thinking there must have been a reason that I did it the other way, right? But as far as I can tell, I think this works.
Yeah, I can't see any issue with it. I mean, what we could do is like remove the deer from the map or something, so there's only rabbits to hunt, and then make the wolves hungry and see. So we just need like a large pack of wolves to go hunting and to find a rabbit, and then a couple of those wolves will eat it, and then the rest will still be hungry, so and they won't leave the party, so they'll continue hunting. And we'll see what happens. I think it'll be fine. I mean, I can't see why it wouldn't be fine. Fast forwards till nighttime, or close to it. The other rabbits can be a bit tricky to hunt actually, because they're only out for a short amount of the day, but they do seem to be out now. Okay, we're all gonna get eaten by bears apparently. That's okay though, we're not here for the humans. Oh. What? Wolf den. An unknown object dot state. The fuck have I done? I'm not using a with, so I have to do ds list find value. Definitely not how you should do it. What is it? Arrived wolves. Wait a minute. I don't think we're doing this anymore, are we? Do we even need this now? Yes, I still need to return the arrived wolves to idle.
I'm just thinking we actually need to make sure they're not on the arrived wolves list then, don't we? I don't think this check is necessary, really. But we don't, we want to remove them from the, because in case there's, I can imagine a scenario in which like half of the wolves have arrived, but then they start, you know, pouncing something and it gets all kind of janked up. Oh, we have that thing that removes them from arrived upon returning to idle, which is essentially the same. Is it? Yeah. Yeah. No, it's that. It's good. We're good. Yeah. We're already doing it. Okay. This bear's going to be a problem, isn't it? They're just going to start fighting the wolves. Oh my god. Well, it's dead now. Okay, here we go. That is a large hunting party right there. That's like a full-on pack of 7, I think. Oh, now they're just going to fight the other fucking wolves. Okay, well. It may have worked down here. I can't be sure. Should I change it so there's just a single pack of wolves and no bears in the map, so we have absolutely nothing to worry about? They could still potentially attack the humans, I suppose, but we can make this test a little bit easier. A party of 1? You gotta be kidding me. They should form another party of one. That's so unlucky. I'm just going to restart. I'm going to start in test mode as well, just purely so I can smite everybody. My work here is done. Okay. Small pack again. See what they do. Come on, please give me a party size of at least 3 wolves, for God's sake. Oh my god. It's gonna be one of those fucking tests, isn't it? Playtesting is the worst. It would make sense to like build some sort of a custom scenario to test exactly the thing, you know, where I always get exactly what I need, but is it really worth investing the time? There's so many, you know, unique scenarios you'd have to build tests for. Wait, did we even get the game over screen last time? Did I miss a human or something? I don't think we did. Okay, we've got a really large pack of wolves. It's a full pack of 9 this time, I believe. The largest size of wolf pack that you can possibly get. So our chances of them forming a hunting party that is larger than 2 wolves are pretty high. Okay, wow, okay, that's like a full-sized party as well. Yes, go for the rabbits. Okay. So 2 of them should be able to eat that, and then the rest just continue hunting. Beautiful. And so they just kind of massacre these rabbits until they're all satiated. Excellent. Unfortunately, because there were just more rabbits nearby, it didn't really allow us to test the whole waypoint spawning thing and whether that would work. But I'm assuming it would have been fine. They would have just continued towards the original waypoint, and once they reached it and they'd all arrived, it would have been destroyed and a new one would have been created, and they would just have continued hunting until everyone had eaten something. So that's great. That's that. Oh, excellent. Okay. And I'll put everything back before I forget and like release a build with a bunch of fucked up shit in it.
Okay, and then the wolves. Hunger back to 100. So I think we're pretty happy that the... I mean, yes, we haven't actually seen the thing with the waypoints and stuff, but I can put it on tentative and just try and keep an eye on it through regular playtesting. What was the actual bug? What was really happening there? Wolves like unable to hunt after wolves have left the hunting party or something. Wolves. How would you describe this one? What was happening? You've got to describe it like you can't talk about anything the player wouldn't know about. The patch notes are like player facing. You have to explain it in a way the player would understand. Hell, I don't even understand it. It's like wolves that did not get to eat. Do not continue hunting after killing an animal. That doesn't seem quite accurate. Wolves that did not get to eat do not continue hunting after an animal was killed by the hunting party. Hunting party? The fuck is a hunting party? All the player knows is that there's a pack of wolves. Wolves that did not get to eat do not continue hunting after an animal was killed by the pack. That's probably it. And I'm putting that on tentative because we are not totally certain that it works. We're pretty sure it will, but we do need to confirm that. And the bear cubs, just like what the hell is going on with the bear cubs? I have no idea, to be honest with you. The one thing we talked about is like don't let the cubs sleep unless they're close to their mother, because they can get separated, or it exacerbates the problem. Like if they've already gotten kind of separated and then the cubs are sleeping really far away. But generally they sleep at like the same time, so that's probably the least of our concerns. Probably we need to work out why they're getting separated in the first place. Probably has something to do with this. I mean, it's not just that they're getting separated. Sometimes they're literally getting stuck. They're getting completely stuck. And like, you just see them standing there. They're unable to move. They don't do anything. So they're probably... It probably has something to do with this. The wandering behavior or something.
I don't know why they fish. I mean, yeah, they fish, but they don't forage at this age. Why couldn't they forage? If they can fish, why can't they forage? Sure, I understand why they don't hunt. They're not big enough yet. But foraging for berries and stuff, they could surely do that. Oh, it's only right. That's like the backup strat. If mum's dead, you got to try and eat something. So they can fish in that scenario. They should be able to forage in that scenario too. Let's give them that ability. Why is it ore? Why is it ore there? Drink from stream if thirsty. Ah. Okay. Okay. The only thing I can really attribute it to is the wandering not working. It's happened before, and I fixed it, and then I probably changed some stuff and broke it again. And it might have, I don't know, because I was changing waypoint stuff, and it was something to do with the waypoints that broke it last time. Yeah, we'll just have a look. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know if I should kick these seagulls off the roof or not. It sounds like they're going to come through the ceiling at any minute. State Wonder? Or is there a specific one for... I don't think so. I'm assuming it would just be State Wonder. It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Yep. What's the problem then? What's the problem here? Maybe it's not that. Maybe the walk timer, like, wouldn't cause them to get stuck, though, would it? Point distance isometric. Oh, wait. I think it was the follow mother thing last time or something. Let's have a look at state follow mother. That's pretty straightforward. I don't know, I gotta get something to drink. I'll be right back.
I might need to set up a bunch of debug stuff with it. I wish I could remember what it was last time. Maybe it's on the list of bug fixes. Bears instantly decaying. Okay. I may not have even written it down. Here it is. Bear cubs range. Oh, range too long, preventing them from getting close enough to mother. What? It's a ranged action? Oh, maybe it is. Seems... Oh, shit. Yeah, this is what was happening last time, and I fixed it at one point, but the recent... Actually, I don't know, because there doesn't seem to be a waypoint involved here. Maybe it's not... Bear range is 15. There is no difference between a bear's range and a cub's range. No, there is. But only outside of the boreal forest, but we haven't been testing it in the boreal forest. But presumably the other ones should have that as well. And so I'm assuming range by default is cub range. Cub range, and then it gets updated to bear range when they age up into an adult. But it's 15, as we've just seen. I had like one of those weird moments where I forgot that you guys could see what I can see for a second, but yeah, we just seen that it's 15. But this was saying greater than 30? So they have to be... They have to be more than 30 cells away from their mother in order to follow them. Otherwise they'll just wander around them.
I don't see how it could be anything to do with this, really. I forget exactly the problem was last time. I feel like there was some additional check in here, like, I don't know. So it might not have anything to do with this time. You gotta wonder why they don't flee to their mother. You know what I mean? They just kind of run off. Wouldn't they run to their mother for help? Probably. I don't think they would run away. Particularly. It would certainly help them not get separated too. Yeah. I think I like that idea. Okay. I'm not quite sure how they'll behave if we do that, because we haven't really set it up to work like that before.
Yeah, they'll run to their mother and then they'll spawn a waypoint and start running away again. We'd have to do like... We need to add the target relocation script to the state for one. And if you reach path position 1 and target does not equal mother, then you can do this. And then we would need some additional stuff like if target equals I think we can just clear their target, and then when they hit this... Oh no, wait a minute, that doesn't work. Oh, they could exist but be dead as well, fuck. Or does it get cleared immediately upon death? It does. So we can just say instance does not exist mother. So if we do that, so if their mother dies or gets set on fire, wait a minute. No, that's fine, that's fine. No, that's not fine. Unless we do path position 1 and this.
Yeah, but are they ever going to hit path position 1 in that case anymore? No, we basically we just need to, I was trying to avoid doing that, but that we're just going to do that. I'd rather say okay, what are we doing? That was a bit of a tangent. We're actually trying to find out why the bear cubs are getting stuck. Oh, can they do that? Well, apparently there's nothing stopping cubs from harvesting kills. Shouldn't it be target.food? That could have. Oh, that could well explain it, you know, because, like I say, we set target.food to like. Well, let's just have a look at it. It gets set so that there's enough food for all of the cubs, right? But we were doing this based on meat. And say the bear kills a rabbit which only contains 2 meat, and then like the bear and one other cub eats the meat or something, and then the other bear is just stuck. I mean, it doesn't explain why it would be stuck forever, because instance does not exist target. If the thing was to decompose eventually, that would break them out of it. Or if it was harvested. No, it doesn't fully explain it. It was a mistake, but they would eventually get broken out of this state by something. But if their kill never got cleared, yeah, but if it didn't exist anymore, it wouldn't affect them. Okay, I don't think it fully explains it still. But like if the rabbit is killed by a bear, then it's like food equals 1 plus ds-list size owner.cubs. And then the kill for all of the cubs is set. Only if they're above a certain age. Okay. It could have potentially been something to do with the foraging. Is that right? What did we have previously here? I think it should basically just work the same as the fishing, so yeah. But there would have just been even less requirements before. So I can't see that getting them stuck or anything.
Well, I think it would be smart to update the state names and actually get some information about what's going on. Okay, I just want to check. Gonna remove all these ones. Maybe held. I think held does actually need to be updated there. Okay. And then enable something that draws the state name. Script get name? Did that actually work? Okay, so we should be able to see the state, the name of the state that they're in above their head when we enable the bars. Anyway, is that, well, unfortunately, it's no use for us on this save file. I need to start a new game. Unfortunately, I need to start a new game and actually replicate the bug. Okay, here's our bear with cubs. We actually do get to see what they're doing now. Seem to be doing quite well for the time being. Need to keep an eye on things until one of the cubs gets stuck for some reason. I'm not sure if it can happen unless, like, they're attacked by other animals or something, you know. Did I put the number of wolf dens back? Oh, I think so, yes. Oh, did one of them get stuck somewhere? I only see two of them. No, there's three. Yeah, they should probably only sleep if their mother is sleeping, or something kind of like that, or at least if the mother isn't attacking people. Because that definitely seems to lead to them getting separated. Oh wow, can they nurse on the move? They can, actually. Impressive. Impressive. I just wanna... Oh, I can't make multiple saves. It's a pain in the butt. I'll just keep going for a second here. But I want to look at my save and actually just count the number of bears, because maybe their mother is dead. Maybe that's what it is. Game over. Holy shit. Yeah, things don't really work properly on 8 times speed, do they? The trackers don't update quickly enough. We might just kind of have to remove the time controls from the game, but that doesn't seem like it would be good. It's hunting. I wonder why it was moving around so much. It's hunting, but I guess the nearest prey tracker can't update quickly enough on 8 times speed for it to actually find anything? Is that what it is? Where the hell did it go? What's that? Maybe its nearest prey tracker doesn't work. Possibly. Drinking. What? What is it drinking? Oh, it's going to the stream to drink, I see. Then I'm assuming it will start hunting again. But it doesn't seem... Well, this is obviously completely broken. So the bear's nearest prey trackers are not working. This one's also hunting and not having any luck. Okay, well, we found a bug there. I just want to load this save and count the bears real quick. One. This one's dead, actually. Maybe that's the problem. Are they all dead? Why are they all dead? Oh no. Maybe they're all dead because they can't hunt. And inevitably they'll all eventually try and hunt. I think maybe that's the problem. You know, I think maybe that's the problem. Nearest prey. Is undefined. Prey check. Find first. Global prey. Not undefined prey check. Current prey. Find value. Prey check. Current prey. What is this? State equals hunt, else this. Prey check, find next, prey check, not undefined, current prey, find value, prey check, nearest prey equals prey temp, prey distance, prey temp, current prey, ID equals other dot nearest prey dot ID, other dot nearest prey equals no one. With current prey size small, medium, large, not dead, harvested, fleeing, should be held as well. Held should be in there too. Inside false. I could just try disabling this for a second. Wow, okay, so the nearest prey tracker has not been working this entire time. It's just that when am I ever paying attention to the bears? I'm always paying attention to the humans, right? Well, that's not going to help. I don't necessarily think the bear cubs are getting stuck. So, well, they are kind of stuck in a way. They don't know what to do if they're parent is dead. Well, you would still expect them to do the random wandering behavior. I think they will. They would do that. I'm not quite sure what's... They were still sleeping. That was after loading the save, though. They didn't seem to be doing anything before. Oh, what? It is... It's working now. Well, okay. But is that because I need to see one of them actually hunting? Also, the cubs, we can disable... Yeah. Better idea would be to re-enable that and then see if it works when they're actually in the hunting state. Holy shit, 3 of them with cubs. It's insane. Okay, that's... Well, it's inaccurate. Right. Oh my god, what? Okay, why is it doing this? Okay. So this is the problem, I guess. I mean, it seemed to be working fine when we didn't do this. Why? Why is this messing it up, though? Ah. Well, shit. I mean, you wouldn't think that would be an issue. I'm assuming it's this, right? Oh, but then again... Oh, because we're clearing it. Oh my god, no, I understand exactly what's going on now. This is terrible. Yeah. No, we can't do this for the foxes either. It's okay for the wolves because we can just enable the tracker whenever they're in a hunting party, and that kind of covers everything. We can't do it for these guys because what happens is they're in the hunting state, and then they see something and they want to start stalking it, and but then they return to idle, which clears the tracker, and now they have no idea what they were trying to stalk, so they re-enter the hunting state, which re-enters it's just some sort of infinite loop. I suppose we could base it on food source. If they've decided to hunt, then that's food source 0. That's at least something we can do to enable/disable it. What is it called? I thought it was food source. Oh, I think it is, but it's like in... yeah. If food source is 0, that means hunt. They've chosen to hunt over their 2 other potential food sources, so... Well, does that even work? I need to look at this. What happens when they return to idle? If instance does not exist object prey, and food source is 0, food source is no 1. I think they always have a food source selected, right? If food source equals no 1, when does it get reset to no 1 exactly? After they've eaten. Right, perfect. Perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Okay. We're gonna make it. We're all gonna make it. It's hard to believe at times, but I think we're actually gonna make it. Whew. Okay. That's a pretty useful, like, extra use of the food source thing. That's not what it was intended for originally, but it actually works out perfectly. Because we know if food source is 0 that they've opted to hunt as opposed to fishing or foraging. So we can use that as a catch-all for all of the different hunting-related states. What? I did this in the fox code instead of the bear code, though. We can't do it for the foxes because they don't have a food source thing. Okay. Well, I also seem to have done that for the bears, but I also did it for the foxes who... Okay, well, yeah, that's the thing. We might have a solution for the bears, but we don't have a solution for the foxes. Your other solution, I mean, with the foxes, like, they can only hunt. They don't have any other options. So you could just base it on hunger. You only really need to enable this when they're hungry, right? You could do that for the foxes, I guess. Okay, I think we may have cracked the code. It's pretty jank. I mean, it's like really sort of bootstrapped on the back of some other shit, right? Is that what bootstrapped means? I don't know. It's not a purpose-built system. We're just like finding ways that we can cobble it together, really. But that's fine. If it works, it works. I don't want to have to build an extra system because then we have to do extra processing. Right, so the bear's nearest prey trackers are disabled unless they decide they're going to hunt. The fox's nearest prey trackers are disabled until they get hungry. How many bears do I spawn? I think it's 5, isn't it? Where's the 5th one? Is there a 5th one? There. And this one actually has cubs. So I don't think the cubs were the problem. I think it's the fact that the bears were just dying was the problem, because they couldn't hunt anything because they couldn't see it, and inevitably they will eventually hunt. They might pick fishing and they might pick foraging a few times, but eventually they're going to try and hunt, and they can't actually hunt anything because the tracker was broken, and they would just wander around until they just eventually starve to death, and then the cubs would obviously be pretty stuck at that point. I'm assuming that's what it was, because I did pretty thoroughly scour through the code and I couldn't see anything that would cause the cubs to get stuck. I think it was just the fact that their mother was dying because they couldn't hunt anything. And there was yeah, there wasn't a condition in there like, oh, look at that, beautiful, beautiful, and hopefully I didn't see the cubs eat anything. Did you see the cubs eat? And the rabbit isn't fading out, which implies that it hasn't been fully harvested either. Right, so there's actually a bug preventing the cubs from eating for some reason. Well, preventing them from harvesting the kill. That's all the same code as with the deer, so that should be fine, right? So presumably the issue has to be in here somewhere. Let's maybe draw something
so that we know if they actually have a kill. Nope, the cubs don't even have the kill assigned, so that's the failure point. What the fuck is going on? So it is actually... This works, apparently. DS-list size owner.cubs var I owner with DS-list find owner.cubs I. If a... Oh, fuck. Well, this only works if they're above a certain age, which they're not. That doesn't make any sense. Or does it? Bear cubs typically begin eating solid food around 4 to 6 months of age. They will continue to nurse until they are about 1 year old. From about 10 weeks, cubs may be introduced to solid foods, slowly weaned off milk. Don't start eat solid. Can bear cubs eat solid food from birth? No. They're not able to eat solid food from birth. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit extreme. From birth, because they're born blind and helpless and rely entirely on their mother's milk. Yeah, of course they can't eat solid foods. They're little beans, little squishy little beans. Okay, so it does make sense. It is working correctly, actually. The bear cubs are not supposed to be able to eat anything until they reach a certain age, which is like half a year old or something. I don't even know what exactly it is, because this number just means nothing to me. I don't even know what that means. What is that? That's the length of a year. So it's like it's like 5 months. It's like just shy of half a year. It says it right there, 48 days. 46 days and the, was it 42? How many days and the coal ran out? I can't remember. It's 46 days and the coal ran out. But these guys can eat solid food after 48 days. Gotcha. So they can't eat, right. Okay, so, but then what does this tell you? What is this? It's like what I was saying before. The bear cubs are going to go hungry, right? And would that possibly prevent them from performing other actions? I don't think it would. I think that would explain that. I mean, there's not going to be any actions where it's like, hey, you can only do this if you're not hungry. We just do state prioritization. But I think that's the thing as well, though. It's like, yeah, but they're nursing, no? They're still nursing, so they get all of their nourishment from milk until this age. So we're fine, actually. We're fine. Okay. So everything's actually good now. Everything's good. I just didn't really remember how it all worked. Okay. Cool. Because they might not be able to eat that solid food yet, but at the same, but then again, that's what's preventing. That's what's preventing the rabbit from being fully harvested. I see. Okay. So we can move this inside of the for loop where we check the cubs and we only increment the food as well. And then we just do food plus equals 1 for each cub that can actually eat solid food. Now it will actually be harvested correctly, no matter what scenario. All right. But it is true that I think if it would be an issue. Yeah, it would. If we were to change it so that we didn't just magically make like the creature provide more food, which is weird, we would need the mother to be aware of whether the cubs are hungry and then continue hunting until the cubs are no longer hungry, basically. Okay. So there needs to be some kind of like a hungry cubs list. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. We have a cubs list. Let's have a hungry hippos list.
hungry cubs and how would we decide when to add them to this list? Good question. Outside of just constantly checking, I mean, we basically just have to be constantly checking, I think. Well, we do already have something, so we can at least build it into an existing sort of thing, right? Because this is happening. So, and we have the. It would be, yeah, we can put it else on here, because if this stuff is not true, age greater than, wait a minute, age 0 and age is 0 and year counter is blah blah blah, or age greater than or equal to 1. Well, it would happen just purely if age was less than 1, which is not what we want. I could just do another else if. On top of this one. Else if age is 0 and year counter is less than this value, then DS and instance not exist mother. I think just to be safe, we better do instance exists mother and ds list find index mother dot hungry cubs id equals -1. Yes, list add mother dot hungry cubs id and state eat if instance exists mother and ds list find index mother dot hungry cubs id does not equal -1 ds list delete mother can't type anymore dot hungry cubs Okay, so we have a list of hungry cubs that can eat solid food. Nope, that's not what we have. What do we have? We have a list of hungry cubs that can't eat solid food. How does that help us? It doesn't. Okay, wait a minute. Back to the old drawing board. I may have fucked up. The fuck am I even doing? Oh, yeah. No, yep, no. I get it. Okay. Instance does not exist mother. Well, what the hell is this then? That doesn't make any sense. When did they stop nursing? Sorry. Right, because this is if... Right, they're only going to do this if their mother is dead. They're going to try and fend for themselves if they're old enough to try. Right. Right. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm with you. I'm with you now. And by you, I mean me. Okay. Okay. Nope. Nope. How do I do this? If instances not exist, mother, else, blah, blah, blah. Else if... Well, this is just straight wrong. This is just wrong. Right? Because this should be... Again, same. But that seems kind of ridiculous. Do we not, like... What do we do here? Do we build it into this or something? Instances not exist, mother... It should be inside of this if statement, not... No? What is it? What is it trying to say? This should just be combined into this if statement. With some brackets, I think, somewhere. If instance does not exist, mother, and age is 0 and year counter is greater than this, or age is greater than 1. Yes, that's correct. This whole else if can be removed. And so the... Wait a minute. Gets a little bit tricky now. So if instance does exist, mother, and age... Well, I mean, straight up, if mother exists, we're going into this, aren't we? Regardless of everything else. Although it might be weird, like, it might be weird if it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. Because maybe mother does exist, but this is not true. That would still cause us. So it does need to be an else if with the age. I think it's just easier to do a separate if statement, right?
if instance exists, mother, and year counter above this, or age greater than or equal to 1. So basically, that what this is saying is that their mother is alive, and they're off the solid foods. They're on the solid foods. Let's try that again. Their mother is alive, and they're on the solid foods. So we add them to the hungry cubs list. Okay. 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 So their mother is alive, they're on the solid foods, and they're hungry because we're inside of this. Yeah. So we add them to the hungry cubs list. The mother now has a list of hungry cubs that are on solid food. Okay? And they'll be removed from that list if they are no longer hungry, or if they age up. They will not be removed from that list if they die. We haven't done that. I'm just thinking it's true at this stage that they'll only be removed from that list if they are like fully satiated. There is that additional nuance as well, but end step, death. There as well, we need it there. If they die, they'll be removed from the mother's hungry cubs list as well. God forbid. Okay, so now what's the mother going to do with this information? The mother can hunt, fish, or forage, and all three of those things, I believe, will feed the cubs. Is that right? Fishing. Right, so if she goes fishing, she'll give food to all of her cubs as well. If she goes foraging, sorry. Pick berries, boom. Right. So we just need her to perform those actions if there are hungry cubs on the... Or we could wait until, like, all of the cubs are hungry. Not just one of them. Which might make more sense because we feed them all at the same time and kind of keep it in like a nice rotation. It's probably not going to make much difference. If one of them's hungry, they're probably all going to get hungry pretty soon. We could probably just say DS list, not empty. We don't need to get crazy with it. So, bear state conditions. State. Hunt. Hunger or... that work, or should we disregard your own edibles list as well? If probably if you're hungry and you don't have any food, or if one of your cubs is hungry, And then we've got foraging. There's no edibles check on it. Oh, it's there. It's there. It's just in a weird place. Let me shuffle this around. Put some brackets on that. Okay, if you're hungry and don't have any food, or one of your cubs is hungry, and then we've got fishing. Where's fishing? Here it is. What the fuck? Okay. This is making me hungry. Cool. Cool. We did it. Alright, so now the bears will not only hunt... Sorry. Now the bears will not only hunt fish or forage when they're hungry, but they will also hunt fish and forage if one of their cubs is hungry, but only if their cubs can eat solid food. Otherwise, they will just continue nursing like usual. Excuse me. That's beautiful. I was kind of dreading having to do this update to the bears, to the bear code. And I was putting it off for a long time, and it was just there and nagging away at me in the background, and I actually really enjoyed that, and I'm really glad that I got it done. So, assuming it all works, I'm pretty sure it works. It's pretty straightforward stuff. We shouldn't have any... Hopefully that's like the... I'm going to put that on tentative. Hopefully that was... this. It wasn't so much that the bear cubs were bugging out, it's that the bear mothers were dying because they couldn't hunt anything. So I'm going to put that on tentative and just keep an eye on it during the upcoming playtests. And hopefully that's resolved. And... prevent bear cubs from sleeping when out of range of their mothers. That would be a nice little change just to keep them grouped up. I mean, it's not... No, that's not really... It's not really the range that's the issue, it's that they can fall asleep if their mother is, like, doing something. I mean, even it's like that doesn't even really matter as long as we were just to wake them up again. If we wake them up again, if their mother is moving or engaged in combat or something, just wake them up again. Yeah, that could work. That could work. Or we can just make it so they go to sleep at the same time as their mother. They will only sleep if their mother is sleeping. How about that? That's the simplest solution I can think of that doesn't require like a bunch of crazy stuff. Yeah, I think I'll just do that because it's quick and easy. That's not what I want. Scripts. So we got to put all of this into brackets to begin with. Right, so now we got all that, and then we can say and all of that stuff, and then we need some more brackets here, and we say like if instance exists mother, and mother.state equals mother.state asleep, or instance does not exist mother. Really simple way of doing it, right? And it's kind of nice because they all just like sleep at the same time as a family unit. Okay, so if they have a mother, they're only going to sleep when their mother is asleep, else they'll just sleep at the usual times. In fact, it's completely... Actually, it's true. It would be more like... let me think. Yeah, basically like that. We don't even need to worry about the time of day and stuff. If you have a mother, you're just going to sleep at the same time as her. Or, if you don't have a mother, you're going to sleep at the time of day, depending on the season. That's it. One more time, just run it through my head one more time. Instance exists mother, and mother is asleep, or instance does not exist mother, and... Well... There is a bit of a problem there, but in a way it might actually be kind of cool. Because the mother might still exist, but be dead. Pretty morbid, I know. But they wouldn't be able to sleep. They would not be able to sleep at that time. But maybe they wouldn't sleep if their mother was dead. That'd probably be pretty disturbing for these little bear cubs. I think they would probably still sleep. Even if it was just because eventually they would succumb to exhaustion. So that would be like... Oh man. How would you do it without checking instance exists mother twice? I don't know if I can be bothered. Come on. I don't know how I would do it without checking it twice. Look, this is fine. This is fine for now. We don't need to worry about it. I think I'm okay with this. At least it kind of helps prevent them from getting separated, and it's kind of cool, to be honest. All right. All right. Sweet. Sweet. I dare say we can crank the version number. It's a bit too late for me to playtest it now, today, but we can playtest it tomorrow. I can't remember half of the things I even did today. Just like fixed a ton of stuff.
But this is version 0.5.5.7. We're traveling at the speed of 1,000 gazelles in full flight. We're absolutely hurtling towards version 1. Whoa, whoa, what is all this? Boom. There we go. Okay, I'm going to release this build for Ko-fi members to download. And it's not a minute too soon. I'm going to compile it with YYC so it's all nice and performant and has better loading times and everything. Beautiful. Okay, it'll just take 2 minutes. I'm not going to actually do anything else on the computer while it does that, because what happened last time is my PC like totally lagged out and I had to reboot it. So maybe just refrain from doing anything else at the same time as compiling. But yeah, this is a really solid build. So look at the list. So we can cross that one off the list. I mean, assuming that I have successfully fixed these bugs, the ones that are on watch now, to make sure that they are definitely fixed. This is a really solid build. Like, you know, as far as I'm aware, basically bug-free, stable, optimized, flourishing, in its lane, you know, all that stuff. It's great. It's really nice to be in to be in a place like this, so to be in this spot with like a really solid build. It allows me to pivot back into drawing sprites again, which will be the next thing. Finish drawing the rest of the human sprites, and it's just nice because I know that I have this really stable foundation to build upon. I can add new features, and why even the features have new features? You know, I can do anything I want because I know that all the existing content is solid, is locked in, which is great. And it also means we're getting really close to having like a beta, if you want to, like a, you know, like a kind of like a demo that we can use for playtesting. Certainly not a public demo, certainly not something I would want to release to the public just yet, but something that we can use for private playtests once the rest of the sprites are done, at least. I do want to get those in. But yeah, it's great. It's great. It's good to be here. Just got to get this upload my eyes. Get this uploaded. And yeah, I'm going to go grab something to eat in just a minute here. Maybe we can find somebody to raid even. Oh my god, it's gone off the rails. I'm glad we're getting this new build out because apparently I had 2 different versions of 0.5.5.6. Boom. All right. Okay, version 0.5.5.7 is now available for download. And I am going to get this pushed to the repository before my computer explodes and I lose everything. Jesus Christ, 59 changes today. What have I even done? I don't know, something to do with carpenters. What have I even done today? This is the problem. I can never, by the end of the day, I have no idea what I've even done. God, sprite swapping. I haven't really taken very good notes either. Wait, oh, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I have no idea. I'm just gonna put something generic like carpenter build code update. Bear code update. Right. Fixed harvest bug. There may have been some other stuff in there. Oh, geez. Did I disable... Oh, geez, Rick. Did I disable all the debug stuff? Probably not. I'm probably going to have to rebuild this. Hold on. Object store, draw. Okay, disable that. Disable the... everything on the bears if I didn't already do that. Draw. This one, disable this. Okay, that's everything, I think. Alright. Let's try that again. Compile the build. Delete this one. Okay. Oh man, there's always something. I think we're good. I don't believe any of the changes I'd made today require me to update the save load system, so I'm pretty sure we're good. Maybe I could be looking for somebody to raid. In fact, I'm afraid of touching the computer while it's compiling, so I'm not going to do that. I'll let it compile. Yeah, I mean, I'd been informed that by compiling with YYC I would get a performance increase, but I didn't expect the load times to be so much faster. That's really nice. Just really, really nice. You don't have to sit there for 3 minutes or whatever it is waiting for it to load. I think people are really going to appreciate that. I think that would have been probably one of the like, it would have been a pretty hard sell getting people to sit through those loading times. Uploading. Okay. Boom. There we go. The true version 0.5.5.7 is now available for Ko-fi members to download. And I really appreciate the support of all my Ko-fi members. It's a tremendous help. But thank you guys. If you are a Ko-fi member, thank you so much. And if you're not, please consider becoming a Ko-fi member. It helps me out tremendously. And you'll get early access to development builds of the game as I work on it. And yeah, I just got to push this to the repository, right? Make sure we stage all these files and boom, get that pushed to the repository. There we go. Okay, let's find somebody to raid. Who's this and what they doing? Oh, it's Robbins, the guy making Finding Fern. That's right, that's right. Well, I will just check if anybody's doing GameMaker. Not on my follow list, but... is anybody doing GameMaker? I don't know what the hell this is.
Alright, I guess we'll raid Robin. He's making a game, but I believe it's... I actually forget which engine it's in. Here we go. Alright. Thanks for watching. Take it easy. But take it! I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.